Whites patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
173 days after we were due to start and 2,000 kilometres from home base, IPL 13 finally gets underway. The first action is an absolute classic of the genre, a rematch of last season's chaotic and nerve-straining final between Mumbai Indians and Chennai Super Kings. The teams also met in the finals of 2015, 2010. Chennai are 3 times winners, Mumbai 4. They are the big beasts of IPL cricket. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of IPL 13. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and joining me at the start of, well, it's a long old haul, isn't it, through to November the 10th, I have none other than Nakul M. Pandey in South London.
Hello, Hendo. Hello, everybody.
And out there in Singapore, as night turns into early morning seemingly, it's Amazon's finest, Amazon India's top-selling author, Anindo Dutta. Hello, Anindo.
Hello, Hendo. Hello, Nakul. Hello, everyone, and welcome to IPL.
Absolutely. It's going to be a long old haul, but it's going to be fun, no doubt. What do you think are the chances, guys? We'll come to the toss and the teams in a moment. What do you think of the chances of this being a final for a fourth time? Everyone seems to think Mumbai are the favourites again.
I would go along with that. Consistency of selection is usually a good sign in T20 franchises. If you look at the 11s, you look at the playing 11s, there are a number of players who played in that final last year. There's only 3 changes, one of which is obviously enforced. The middle order is incredibly powerful with Pollard and the Pandya brothers. You've got an incredible opening partnership. You've got Bumrah, one of the best death bowlers in the world. The only thing that I think Mumbai don't have, which some of the other teams do have, is really high-quality spinner. Certainly a wrist spinner. But I think this Mumbai team is going to be very strong. Chennai, it's the same story every year. It's how long can the old guard keep going? Do they have one more season in them? The likes of some of the big names that we'll talk about when we do the team news. But I think Mumbai would be my favourites going into the season. But I would not at all discount the Kolkata Knight Riders going through the season, who we'll see on Wednesday.
What do you think, Anindo, about the fact that they'll be playing in front of absolutely no excitable and excited fans?
I think it will make a difference, but it is the new normal, and like we saw in the couple of series in England, it doesn't seem to bring down the intensity of the players. So hopefully you're going to see some very good action here. And I agree with Nakul. I think Mumbai is a very good team. I called them last year in winning the trophy. The issue is that every time they've won, they found it very difficult to qualify for playoffs the next time.
That's right. I was looking at that. It's curious, isn't it? They seem to come fourth or fifth, don't they? After a winning year.
The only thing that I think goes in their favor is what is something which this 173-day delay, what it has done is, I think it's done a huge favor to Mumbai. It's probably increased their chances tenfold, because when it was supposed to start in March, effectively half their playing 11 would have been injured and unable to play.
Right.
And it's just given them time to come back in there and have a full side for the beginning of the IPL. So if this was starting in April, I would have said they would have had trouble qualifying for the playoffs. But today, I think they're in very good position to at least be in the playoffs, and then we'll see for the
The other thing to watch with the Mumbai Indians is that they tend to start seasons very slowly. They tend to make things really difficult for themselves. It's going to be interesting, given how we expect that the pitches will become more and more spinner-friendly throughout the tournament. If Mumbai start as slowly as they have done in previous years, given that they lack some of the spin strength of other franchises. If you look at their most experienced spinner is probably their best spinner is Krunal Pandya, and then you've got Rahul Chahar. All of their spinners combined in the squad have fewer wickets than Ravindra Jadeja has alone in the IPL.
That's a good stat. That's a really good stat. Let's go through those teams. We're very close to the start. The teams are out there, and there's a speech going on to open proceedings. But let's get up to date. CSK have won the toss and have put Mumbai in. Who've Mumbai got on their side today?
Yeah, indeed. So it is that opening partnership. Quinton de Kock, who will keep and Rohit Sharma the captain. That was the opening partnership last year, and it will be again this year, from what Quinton de Kock was saying. Surya Kumar Yadav, Mumbai's man for all seasons, at number 3. Saurav Tiwari, making his Mumbai Indians debut, is in there in the middle order. Just ahead of that power pack of Kyron Pollard, fresh off leading the Trinbago Knight Riders to a historic perfect season in the CPL. The Pandya brothers, Hardik Pandya, who, as Anindo said, was alluded to, is fit again after a back injury. Krunal Pandya, James Pattinson making his IPL debut, the leg spinner Rahul Chahar, Trent Bolt playing for Mumbai for the first time after being at Delhi last year, and Jasprit Bumrah. So that's a really excellent pair of high-class fast bowlers in Bolt and Bumrah. For Chennai Super Kings, probably the main actually omission for Mumbai is Ishan Kishan, which is quite interesting, apart from the enforced absence of Lasit Malinga. For Chennai, obviously they don't have Reina, they don't have Harbhajan Singh. They've chosen Murali Vijay to fill that gap, with Ruturaj Gaikwad unable to play because he's still quarantining. Deepak Chahar, who also tested positive, is absolutely fine and has tested negative twice, so he's in. The Chahar cousins going up against each other. So Murali Vijay will open with Shane Watson. Faf du Plessis is carded to bat 3. Then we've got Ambati Rayudu, Kedar Jadhav, and for the first time since international retirement, MS Dhoni, keeper captain, in the middle order. Ravindra Jadeja. Sam Curran makes his CSK debut, so some English interest there. He was quite effective for Kings 11 Punjab. Deepak Chahar, the movie ball specialist. Piyush Chawla, who's into the CSK for the first time, having been at KKR last season, and the South African fast bowler Lungi Ngidi. So no DJ Bravo, who was unable to bowl in the CPL final due to a knee injury, and no Imran Tahir, which is probably the most surprising call given how well he did in the IPL and given his all-round class. So a few new faces, but these are the big beasts of the IPL, and they've got some of their big beasts in their 11.
Yeah, I think Imran Tahir is going to get a chance to play. He's going to get several chances to play in this IPL, and Deepak Chahar, Piyush Chawla, NGD, Sam Curran, Ravindra Jadeja, and Kedar Jadhav to bowl alongside, and Shane Watson if needed. That's not a bad bowling attack at all.
No, it isn't, but Imran Tahir does just seem to have that magic, doesn't he? I barely see him have a poor game in this form of cricket. Anyway, the umpires are on their way. CSK are getting into the now customary huddle. I'm not sure that's allowed in these days of social distancing, but they've been together for a while. I'm sure they're okay. And the opening batsmen will be on their way very shortly. Now, there's talk about having your home fans with you, and it makes a big difference to teams. Mumbai, of course, at home, CSK as well. What do we think that now that no team is effectively playing at home? I'm wondering whether we can consider this Mumbai's home venue, because I think they're playing 8 of their games here in Abu Dhabi.
Well, that's because they're based here, as are the Kolkata Knight Riders. Their hotel is in Abu Dhabi. Most teams are based in Dubai. I don't think anyone can really call it a home games at this time. At this stage of the tournament, maybe later in the tournament.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at those lists of and I thought it would be scattered around. You'd play 4 matches here, 4 matches there, 4 matches somewhere else. But actually, no. Most teams have got a venue where they play a lot more games than at other places, which is perhaps presumably down to the fact that everyone's trying to keep distance.
Yeah, that's right. The thing to watch, CSK have. The conditions in Chennai are very different to conditions anywhere else at other IPL home grounds. It's slow, it's low, it's spin friendly, more so than other venues. Mumbai, by contrast, is a very quick pitch at the Wankhede. Both teams will have to adjust to those conditions. But then that's true of every other team in the IPL as well. It's going to be fascinating to see how all of this plays out. Mumbai's fantastic opening partnership is to the middle.
And Hendo, to your point about Imran Tahir being very successful, don't forget that in the history of the IPL, Piyush Chawla is the 4th best bowler of all time.
Indeed, although Mumbai, of course, are missing the highest wicket taker of all time, Lasith Malinga. We did a poll actually on Twitter before play started it last night. Who will be missed more, Malinga or Raina? And our fans think Suresh Raina will be missed more.
I think by miles.
Okay, well, we shall see. We're just about to get underway. We've got Quinton de Kock and Rohit Sharma out there to face. I think we may have jingled them up. I didn't hear it very clearly.
Yeah, we did. And of course, and as usual, Chennai go with their opening power play specialist.
Deepak Chahar, Fleming loved the sky. Deepak Chahar, he bowled a few sky high. Did they come down? He somehow bowled his way to success.
Freshly recovered from, he didn't actually have COVID symptoms, but he had 2 COVID tests. He's been brilliant for Chennai in the power play. He was the leading power play wicket taker of anyone in the IPL last year.
Well, we shall see what he can do today. Presumably going to be opening to Rohit Sharma. It looks like we're going to have some close fielders to start with. We've got a couple of slips in there. It's difficult to say at the moment because we're looking at the IPL drone, which is counting us down to the beginning of this IPL season, this belated IPL season. CSK won the toss, chose to bowl. They are going to go with 2 slips. They've got a ring of 3 on the offside. They've got a man at square leg just in front. Mid-on, I'm guessing there's a long leg down there. I can't see him, but that's I think what we've got to go. We'll come to our tweets very shortly. I'm sure a lot of you have joined us. Excited to see action from the Zayed Cricket Stadium, or hear action from the Zayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi. Rohit it is who's going to take first ball. It's going to be Chahar, resplendent in yellow, as indeed are all his teammates, against the Blues of Mumbai. Still seems to be a bit of a delay. We're not quite ready. Rohit Sharma is now deigning to move towards the stumps and take guard, as Deepak is just wandering around the end of his run, which takes him just about to the edge of the 30-meter circle. I'm wondering if there's some sort of regulation that says the game cannot start until the exact moment, as he seems to be mulling around a bit, don't we, at the moment? Not quite sure what's not ready. Sight screens, who knows?
Rohit Sharma's about... Rohit Sharma's about 102 runs away from making 5,000 runs in IPL. He's the second highest scorer ever in the IPL. The highest scorer is Suresh Raina, and he's missing. So this is going to be quite a contest.
Absolutely. Lungi and Gidi is standing there, just stroking a small beard that he's growing. This is why we've got the hold up, because the sight screen at the opening end is refusing to turn back from its advert to just being completely black. So this is why we're having a little bit of a delay. What do you think? Just interesting watching the toss, Rohit and Dhoni. They must know each other so well. What do they think when they go out there and know that they're actually in mortal combat against each other? Do you think it's about bragging rights with guys like that?
I think it's a bit. I mean, when it gets to franchise cricket, they've been leading these franchises for years, right? So I guess the switch is almost automatic now.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder if they sit in the Indian dressing room at all and discuss their various tactics in games that they have played against each other.
Well, from everything that I know about Dhoni, it's very unlikely he does that.
Really? He keeps his cards close to his chest.
Yeah, he's a very private person.
He keeps his cards close to his chest, doesn't he? Has he got something like 9 or 20 cars? Is it something like that? 23
motorbikes.
cars.
Motorbikes. He's got motorbikes and cars and dogs. These are his love of his life. So.
Absolutely. What more could you want from life?
Exactly.
Really? You just add in cricket. This sounds pretty good to me. Are we finally ready to get this delayed IPL, which has now been delayed by another 7 minutes because of sight screen problems, underway? It appears that we are, and it is going to be Rohit settling down to face Deepak Chahar. He has indeed got 2 slips, man at third man and long leg as well. In he comes, the first ball of the tournament, and it's beautifully stroked by Rohit. It just stood up for him outside off stump. There was just a flick of the wrists through the line of the ball, and it went away to the cover boundary for one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Take that, Deepak Chahar.
Well, I'm going to say no one's going to be complaining. It certainly is amongst the batsmen. If the ball comes onto the bat as nicely as that for the next 2 months, it may not come on like that in the next 2 or 3 overs. We'll have to wait and see.
Beautifully split the field.
Oh yes, there's 4 men on the offside saving the single. In fact, there wasn't. There were 3. One of the slips immediately comes out. He turns this into the onside row at the next delivery, and they'll come through for a single. Mumbai Indians move to 5 without loss. Any tweets out there, Knuckle?
Yeah, we've got a few. We've got a few people with us. We've got Farong talking about his fantasy 11. Tejan Srivastav as well. Leah, the Hanoverian Hun. Grubby, who's also in our green room. Mog says, you know what the IPL needs? More Daleks. Chris Waller says, good evening team, tuned in from Abu Dhabi, alas not at the ground, how deeply frustrating. Messi Jez says, evening all, I cannot adequately describe my joy at seeing Watto on the field again. This is a big call. This is a big call. Arguably the single biggest contributor to the IPL over its lifetime, which is a big call. I expect him still to be there in 2030. Warren and everyone else on Hot Mic, I have just synced us up, so we're all good. Leia, the Hanoverian Hun, says, yay, IPL, IPL, IPL.
Indeed, and it's De Kock facing with 4 men in the ring, and it's swinging into him, but he's driven it quite nicely. Oh, a poor piece of fielding in the end at mid-on there. The man dived, but failed to stop it. It's been chased by Curran, I believe, isn't it? To finally bring it in, and they've got through for a couple, so a very decent start this from Mumbai Indians. From 3 balls, they've gone to 7 for no wicket.
I was wondering if, and I think this might be the case more later in the tournament, if teams will target the power play, knowing that the pitch is likely to be slower, particularly when the spinners come on and when the bowlers who take the pace off come on. I think Sam Curran could be a very useful bowler throughout this tournament.
Looking forward to that. Onto the legs of de Kock, and he doesn't need any encouragement to not put that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. This is 4 from Jahar.
It's me, says she.
Yeah, he's
ready.
yeah.
Tony doesn't look pleased.
No, I was going to say he's looking a little bit perturbed by this beginning. That was again a lovely shot, and there can't be 2 batsmen more enjoyable to watch in this form of the game, really, opening the batting than de Kock and Rohit Sharma. They are such fluent players. They really are. And they both got off to a good start. In comes Jahar again, bowls, and this is a lovely chopped shot, but won't get past, I think it's Jadeja at backward point there. And there is no run. 11 for no wicket. Rohit has 5. De Kock has 6. 1 ball to go in the first over.
By the way, if you're looking for a little bit of a pointer, the average winning score at Dubai in T20 cricket in recent times, first innings, is 167.
Did you mean Abu Dhabi?
Abu Dhabi, sorry, yeah.
Yes, 167. Okay.
Average winning first innings score.
Yeah, I saw some information comparing the PSL when it was played in the UAE as well, and the differences in those sort of scores. He's in again outside the off stump, slightly mistimed by de Kock as he tries to chop this into the offside, but they will get through for a single as man comes in from extra cover. That is the end of the first over. They'll be more than happy with that. On this basis, they're going to score what? 240. 12 for no wicket.
We have loads of people with us on Crick Tracker.
Oh, brilliant.
Wonderful to have you. It's wonderful to be back with IPL. Monir Ahmed, Srinivas Chodini Jala says, I miss you, Raina. Gulzar Ahmed, Ajay Odik, Imran Khan, Om Prakash Singh, Prasant Kumar Swain, Ajanta Selvam, Alan Bhattarai, Mikamai Antaswa says IPL will never be the same without fans and without Raina, without Malinga. Nikhil Rijal says CSK. Mohan says Mumbai Indians. Channa Babu says CSK. Adil Rajput. Haider Baloch says CSK love from Pakistan, which is lovely to hear. Anirudh Paul says CSK. Darling Ganesh says we are waiting.
We were waiting, you're absolutely right. Well, I mean, when you've waited 173 days, another 7 or 8 minutes doesn't really make that much difference, does it? But
exactly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was all a bit strange at the beginning. We seem to be taking an awful long time to bowl the second over as well. Well, it's going to be, not in the middle overs, but right at the top, it's going to be young Sammy Curran.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran.
He's into de Kock, hits him on the pad. That was angled down the leg side. De Kock will be annoyed at missing out on that. And there is no run. Sam Curran, of course, who made his name in the IPL, taking a hat-trick last year with, that was Kings 11, wasn't it, Knuckle?
That was, yes. He was bought for big-ish money. He's been bought for bigger money this time round by CSK. And looks like he didn't play that much for Kings 11 last year. Because of their weird balance of overseas players, but he could be a useful, as I said, a useful component of this Chennai team.
He's into de Kock. De Kock hammers this with barely any foot movement, just through the hands at it, but straight up to Faf du Plessis, his international teammate at mid-off. Now, didn't Sam Curran also go up the order a couple of times last year as well, batting at 3, I think, didn't he?
He did, and scored some runs. That might be something. That might be something. I don't know about what you think about this, India. That might be something CSK look to do to try and add some power to their top order.
Yep, we'll come back to that. He's in, bowls to de Kock. De Kock chops away. Is there a man out there at third man? He's very square. And they get through for just the single. So the first run off Sam Curran. 13 for no wicket. Who's joined us on Hot Mic? Anyone joined us on Hot Mic today?
Yeah, plenty of people joining us on the Hot Mic. Warren Davis, as all, says hi all. Silvery Beams, Messi Jez. Silvery Beams says, on holiday, and the missus says, at least there's no more cricket now. Oops. Mike says, so glad there's some commentary I can get for my season. Sandeep Kuri, Adam Kesek, Aslam, Irish Outsider, Soapy J, Praveen, MD, JH, Jane Francis is with us, says, checking this out, and says, Hendo, the beard, WT actual F.
Just call me God. This is slashed away. We've given width this time.
Lovely.
He's actually trying to, struggling to reach it, but he has reached it, and he's timed it beautifully. It's gone away to square cover for 4 runs.
It's me, says she.
You don't bowl like that to Rohit Sharma. I mean, he's just going to slaughter them if they bowl like this.
Yeah, CSK have been a bit too full, both Deepak Chahar and Sam Curran, and have fed Rohit Sharma outside off stump and Quinton de Kock on his pads. You're right, Hendo, this pitch does look a belter, certainly for the seamers.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in again, bowls, and then another beautiful stroke up to mid-off, but hit too firmly. Not so well hit too firmly, I was about to say that, but it's spilled by the man at mid-off, which is Faf du Plessis again, and they will come through for a single. Rohit moves into double figures. He's got 10 from 4, would you believe? Mumbai Indians are 18 for no wicket.
We've seen
Rohit looks like he's been playing international cricket every day for the last 173 days. I mean, the way he's been going from ball
yeah,
one.
I know, the fluency of his stroke play and the timing of his swing, it's like he's never been away. It's quite incredible.
Yeah, tremendous. Slip and a very short third man, almost a deep slip, as de Kock just drops this into the offside and is happy with the single. That is the end of the over. It's picked up by Piash, and it's 19 for no wicket after 2.
Going back to Cricket Tracker, where we have over 800 people watching with us, which is lovely.
Wow!
Jubel Khan,
Brilliant.
Anthony Captain, Ibrahim San, Venkatesh Palnati, all pinning their colours to various masts. Rubel Ardruv says he's, and Mahesh Visala Mahesh say RCB, who we'll see in action later in just a couple of days. I mean, Shamsu PS, Mohammed Alhaj, Shivam Sahani, Varinder Singh, Ravinder Kumar, Ashik K, Sheikh Abdul Hadir S, Bhat Rauf, Wagle Jiban Bhatrov, Naim Jut Naim, and so many more.
Goodness me! Well, you're going to keep Knuckle busy by the sounds of things. He is our ace translator of names that we're not very familiar with. But do join us on Cricket Tracker, join us on Hot Mic, join us on Sport Tiger, join us on GorillaCricket.com. Go to our website. There's lots of exciting things on our website as well. Going back several years, you'll spend hours there as Chahar starts a new over, and again de Kock just chops this down slowly into the offside, slightly backward of square, and they more or less jog through for a single on this occasion. There's not a lot of jogging done in the IPL, but on that occasion they could take it relatively easy. De Kock also joins Rohit in double figures. They both have 10, 20 for no wicket is the score. Chahar has now conceded 13 runs from his 7 balls.
This is going to be a big score.
We won't be happy if he turns around and sees someone like Kieran Pollard coming in with about 8 overs to go.
Exactly.
That could be carnage. I'm still hoping that someone's going to score a double century in this tournament. That's really my.
But if it's anyone, it's probably going to be Rohit.
Well, it could be Rohit. Yes, this is nicely played by Rohit, fluently up to mid on, but it won't bring him a run.
Pollard was
or do you go along with David Hussey? Do you go along with David Hussey, thinking that Andre Russell could be that man? If they bring him in at 3.
He could. I think I've seen him play some incredible innings, and when he gets going, he can be just devastating.
Well, he can just turn a game in about 3 overs, can't he? It is incredible. You think a team's almost on the brink of winning, and then Andre Russell suddenly turns up and turns it all around. Chahar in again, bowls to Rohit. Rohit flicks this one towards mid-wicket. Won't get a run, so a couple of dot balls that will improve the mood of MS Dhoni, and the score remains 20 for no wickets.
Ananda, you said you don't bowl there to Rohit Sharma. JGen says on Hot Mic, you just don't bowl to Rohit Sharma.
Unfortunately, that's not an option for CSK. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have adopted it.
Motley is with us on Twitter saying, "Woof, forgot you were covering IPL. How could you? We've been love bombing Twitter with it for days." Love and sausages. Farong says, "Can imagine the supervisor of the sight screen installation and testing has gone for a brisk walk. Oh well, shit happens."
It's quite a long walk, isn't it, back into town, I believe, from these grounds. They're rather desert-bound. Chahar in again, full, lovely drop. A brilliant piece of fielding this time. I think it may be du Plessis once more at mid-off. That cut off 4, that saved 3 runs, you have to say that. But they do get through for the single, 21 for no wicket. Speeds of Deepak Chahar, 133 is his fastest ball so far. But I sometimes think in this form of the game, it's pace off the ball which is more damaging to bats.
It can be, and certainly that will be the case in the middle overs and at the death. Deepak Chahar, he's briskish. He bowls in the 80 odd miles an hour, and does get the ball to swing. We saw that last ball swing away from the right-hander, which he does very well.
does remind me a little bit in terms of pace of early Chris Wokes. There's an element of him getting.
There is a similarity.
Yeah,
Yes.
He's bowling to the left-handed de Kock now. Now he's in over the wicket and he's swung that away through square leg. There's a man on the boundary, but he's going to get nowhere near that from deep square leg, and it's 4 more to de Kock.
That was hittable.
It was
yes,
indeed.
but
It wasn't a great ball, was it?
de Kock's timing is off, but then anyone's timing would look off when they're playing opposite Rohit Sharma at the moment.
Yeah, he's played a couple of decent shots, I would say. De Kock, that way, yes, absolutely. I mean, he's got it in the right area, even if he didn't time it perfectly. Chahar in again. He's leaning back and smashing that straight. Half stopped by Curran, who then has to get up and chase it. They'll get back for a second as Curran offloads to Faf du Plessis, who gets the throw in. And Mumbai Indians move to 25 for no wicket. Rohit has 11, de Kock has 14. 1 ball remaining in the 3rd over. More tweets.
Yeah, indeed. Utkarsh says Dhoni claims to have never watched cricketing news in all of his career, which is quite interesting. And I heard Rohit Sharma saying they don't do much opposition analysis, although I think in both cases that's probably a little bit of kidology. Warren Davis says, what is the deal with the number of ground strips with 60 odd games? So yeah, most of the games are based in Dubai, the Sheikh Dubai International Cricket Stadium. It's quite a lot of games here at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium in Abu Dhabi, and then quite a few at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium as well. Not so many. Most teams, 6 of the 8 teams, are based in Dubai with their hotels, but KKR and Mumbai are in Abu Dhabi. Mog says, hey, God, that beard needs to go. And Warren says, this is an interesting comparison. Watching Sam Curran in his headband and coloured outfit, strange Olivia Newton-John fitness video flashbacks.
Oh, stop it. Yes, I know what you mean. Is it Xanadu? Is it Xanadu that she dressed up for that? Or was it Physical? It was that song, wasn't it? Physical. Let's get physical. Well, they're getting fairly physical out there. Chahar has completed his over. 27 for no wicket is the score. And he's...
bowling change.
It's a bowling change. It's Ngidi coming into the attack. Bowls to Rohit onto his legs. Clips that a little bit in the air. But he's timed it beautifully again. Down to long leg. They'll settle for the 1. 28 for no wicket.
And let's get a jingle for the man who's replacing Sam Curran. Sam Curran, whose first over for CSK went for 7.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Are you down for Lungi and Edie?
Here he comes, 11 wickets in IPL cricket so far. He's got 1 slip. He bowls to de Kock. De Kock says, hey mate, you can't bowl to me. 1 bounce, 4 runs, dead straight. De Kock on to 18, 16.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm really interested to see how Ngidi goes. He was a revelation for Chennai Super Kings when he came into their team with his pace, with his versatility, his ability to bowl at the top and at the death. He has had fitness issues over the last few years, and it'll be interesting to see if he's still quite the bowler that he was, or if he can come back to that. Possessor, of course, of the finest fast bowler's arse in world cricket.
Oh, it's a cracker. In he comes. Oh, my word, that's extraordinary cricket. He fires that incredibly wide outside the off stump. Somehow, de Kock got right across to it and really didn't have to reach in the end to play that neatly down to 3rd man. And they come through for, was it the 1 or was it the 2? I think it was the 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, good running.
Tremendous stuff.
And he picked it up from somewhere in front of first slip, I think.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, that would have been a wide from a starting position. But I don't know whether he was making room to try and pull that into the onside and then saw how wide it was and adapted very smartly. But it was a wonderful shot in the end. 34 for no wicket, halfway through the 4th over. In comes Ngidi again. Again, he tries that wide one.
Must be a wide.
That has to be a wide, indeed.
Yeah.
It is signalled as such. So
Wide.
Signalled as such by umpire Chris Gaffney. Or Gaffney,
Chris Gaffney is the man out there. Who's the other umpire today?
Virender Sharma.
Okay.
Nakul, Ngidi looks very different from a year ago. He's filled out and he's looking so much more muscular.
He's always had big shoulders and that fast bowlers ask we talk about. He looks in really good shape. I agree.
Yeah.
The rest of him is caught up with his arse. Smash over the top of mid-on. Is that going all the way? No, it's another bounce for Quinton de Kock, who races on to 26.
I think
de Kock has imperiously dismissed him twice in this over. Once on the offside and once over the on.
There are times when Quinton de Kock is on song where there is no way you can bowl at him.
He's looking in fine fettle this morning or this afternoon, or depends, of course, where you are, what time it is. Around the world, all sorts of different times, and wherever you are, we hope you are enjoying Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of the IPL. No other radio station in England has this commentary at the moment. We are the sole broadcasters from England of the IPL on audible machines. In comes Ngidi again. He tries that wide one once more, and again it's given as a wide. I'm not sure MS Dhoni will be entirely happy with this approach, but it's a novel one.
It's a little bit harsh given how much Quinton de Kock is walking across outside off stump.
I suppose, but then again,
yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, it's angling from the moment it drops. It's already outside the off stump and it's going out. I don't think it's harsh. I think it's
I certainly think the first time that it happened, Quinton de Kock now whips this one away down the leg side. He's going to pick up 4 more to long legs. Fantastic shot. He's on to 30 already from 15 balls.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me.
I think the other batsman can rest easy for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, amazing stuff. He is doing that. He certainly walked a long way across there. It does make it difficult for Ngidi, but the first ball that he bowled out there it had to be adapted to by de Kock. Now he's loving it. Well, he's skewed this one off an outside edge, but it's flown to deep backward point. Is that Ravi Jadeja out there? I think it is. And they've got through for just the one. 4 overs completed. Mumbai Indians are 45. That's 11 and over. 45 for no.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Jadeja in one of these 2 power play overs, given how this game has started.
Yeah.
Yes, they seem to enjoy the pace. It'll be very much more interesting, won't it, to see a bit of spin brought into, especially if you're going to bowl very flat spin. That'll be interesting. Anyway, MS Dhoni is
I think he's going with Piyush Chawla maybe after this.
Players. Right, okay.
Let me get through some more Crick Tracker shout-outs. I'm going to have to skip a bunch of you because, frankly, there are so many of you that I can't keep up. It's wonderful. Sagar Nawale, Kunik Gopal, Yogesh Kumar Divana, Jiva, Mumbai Indians always victory. Anand Nirudu says CSK lose. Himanshu Kumar, though, says CSK win. Sagar Nawale again. Money, Nitin Saini, Appu B and Arif Hussain are all with us among many, many others. It's wonderful to have you all with us. It's great to be back doing the IPL. Once we worked out that we were going to be doing a good chunk of this tournament, it was, you get that cricketing start of a series excitement again.
Absolutely. Well, Ngidi's first over cost him 18 runs. Sami Curran just went for 7, which looks pretty good when measured against what else has been happening out there. And Deepak Chahar went for 20 from 2. What is Dhoni going to do with this 5th over of the power play?
He's switched ends for this
Curran.
He switched ends for Curran, has he?
Curran, yeah.
No, he hasn't.
No, Piyush Chawla.
Hold that thought, because Curran was capless, but instead, no, he's gone with his new leg spinner.
Piyush Chawla, yeah, that is his name. Piyush Chawla, that is his name. Piyush.
Here he comes into de Kock, who immediately brings out the reverse sweep, fails to make contact. That goes past him and past the off stump, taken by Dhoni, and there is no run. A bit of control, perhaps. A bit of control.
Piyush Chawla is one of the most underrated leg spinners in the world. He's just an incredible bowler. And, he's been unlucky in the international scene.
Bowls to De Kock, who drives this without great timing, but a certain amount of force. He'll get a single up to Curran at mid-off. 46 for no wicket.
He was one of the first to really favour the googly over the leg break, Piyush Chawla. He's still got a very good googly, and as you say, he's been a consistent wicket taker throughout the history of this tournament. He's taken a couple of hat tricks, I think.
Yeah. I think he's the third highest wicket taker, maybe in IPL.
He's got a ring of 4 on the offside inside the circle. Rohit Sharma's held a bit of a watching brief for the last few overs. He's now going to face Chawla, who's in, bowls in the googly, defends on the front foot, up to mid-off, Curran being kept busy. And again, there is no run, 46 for no wicket. Rohit 12 from 9. De Kock's had twice as many deliveries, 32 from 18. But it is the Mumbai Indians captain who is now settling down and looking at Chawla jogging in from the other end. Busy little run up, and he drives. Has he got that over the top of Sam Curran? No, he hasn't, and it's one of the most simple catches that Sam Curran will ever take. He's taken it at mid-off. Chawla has done the trick, and Rohit Sharma, of all people, has fallen for 12.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Very nicely bowled by Piyush Chawla. Just took the pace off it. It was just not quite there for the drive, and Rohit didn't time it quite well. So the MS Dhoni good bowling change klaxon very early in the tournament.
Absolutely.
That's Chawla's 151st wicket in his 159th match. He's now the third highest wicket taker in IPL history.
Well, he reacted to that as if getting Rohit Sharma out was possibly the simplest thing he's done in the last 15 years. He just stood there with his arms saying, "What did you think? Of course I was going to get Rohit Sharma out." And he has. He's on his way back to the pavilion. He made 12 from 10. And we now have Surya Kumar Yadav coming to the crease.
Yeah, very, very fine player, Surya Kumar.
Absolutely. He's one of my favorite players in the IPL.
Surya, now I know the others might have let you down. It's not too late to play Surya now. Surya Kumar Yadav.
Yes, indeed. He has got 2 balls of this over to face. Chawla, has he gone for 1 run? I think he's got 1 for 1 at the moment. He's just taking his guard. Another right-hander to make things interesting for bowlers, having to switch between left-hander and right-hander. A ring of 5 saving the single now on the offside for the new batsman. And in comes Chawla again, bowls. That is again, I think, the googly, which is stroked, and then both extra cover and mid-off looked at each other as if to expect the other to do the fielding duties, and that allowed Surya Kumar to come through for a single. 46 for 1. We'll have a change at the end of this over. Knuckle will move into the ball-by-ball chair. And India, we're going to work him hard in the first innings of this game. He's going to stay on summarising, and Andy Ward will be with you on Twitter and various other social media platforms in about 1 ball's time. Here comes Chawla to bowl to the left-handed De Kock. It's a flatter ball. He goes back to it. Another googly forced up to mid-on. Another poor piece of fielding there, I'm afraid to say. Unfortunately, he had someone backing up, so nothing more than the single. That is the end of the over. 5 overs of the power play completed. Mumbai Indians, having been put into bat, are 48 for 1. De Kock has 33. Surya Kumar has 1. Chawla has 1 for 3. And it's time for Knuckle, Andy and Dindo.
Thank you, Hendo. Yeah, great start for the Mumbai Indians, having been put into bat. Rohit said at the toss that he would have preferred to bowl first. They expect that due to play a role later in the proceedings, but Quinton de Kock in particular, brutal against the CSK seam bowlers. But Piyush Chawla coming into the attack and taking a wicket with his 3rd ball as a CSK player. I'm Nakul Mpande, and I'll be taking you through ball by ball for the next 5 overs. I'm joined by Andy Ward and Anindya Dutta. Andy, great to have the IPL back.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to it. But as Ninja said, it's very much the new normal around the world to see these empty stadiums, so we'll see how the cricketers handle it.
Yeah, the only exception that we're going to have is at the Italian Open, which is going on right now. The semi-finals and the finals are going to have 1,000 spectators each. I think they're doing an experiment there.
No, I think NFL have had some small number of people in.
Sam Curran is back into the attack, and he's got a wicket. Quinton de Kock has holed out to mid-wicket. Sam Curran comes back on for Lungi Ngidi, who de Kock took for 18, and Curran bowls a little bit short. De Kock is very good on the pull shot, but he's got a little bit early on that, and he's picked out the safe hands of Shane Watson at mid-wicket. So after that rollicking start, Mumbai lose 2 wickets in 4 balls. They're 48 for 2.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Shane Watson's got bucket hands anywhere in the field. He's not going to drop that. It was, it's a classic 2 yards either side, and it rockets away for 4. But Quinton de Kock has gone for 33 off 20 with 5 fours. He's given his team a decent start, though.
Yeah, he has indeed, and but they would have, both these players didn't look like they were going to get out until they did. But what I think has done the trick is Chennai's realized after the first 4 overs that the only way to get wickets on this pitch is to keep the ball back, and Chawla did that, and Sam Curran's just done that. So this pitch is going to play like this. I mean, if you bowl slower, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for the batsman.
We may well see that that is the case. And another franchise debutant comes to the wicket. Sam Curran playing his first game for CSK, and this man at number 4 playing his first game for Mumbai Indians.
Every now and then, take solace in the charms of a player like Surya Tiwari.
Surya Tiwari has had a long but not especially distinguished IPL career. What kind of job can he do for his new franchise? Sam Curran is in left arm over the wicket, back of a length, and Surya Tiwari pushes to cover. There is no run. Just a little bit of a reset needed for the last over of the power play.
Most of the talk on Twitter is about buttocks, people lowering the tone as usual. From Hendo's praise of Lungi Ngidi's magnificent buttocks to Michael Vaughan being a bigger arse, to Messi Jez saying, why isn't there sponsorship on the bottom?
Leg side and Surya Tiwari is underway as a Mumbai Indians player with a 2 into the leg side. The man comes in from deep square leg to field. That was actually, I think that was me actually tweeting that out. The Lungi Ngidi, possessor of the best fast bowler's arse in world cricket.
Leah says Chawla is her favourite kind of leg spinner, a chunky one. Did we have Sam Curran being favourably compared to Olivia Newton-John?
Someone with a headband, I think, the Dayglow headband.
Yes, people are looking up the video to check the comparison, which is a good use of your time, I think.
I mean, if you ask...
As Curran is in a little bit slower, perhaps 125 kilometres an hour, and doesn't quite arrive at Surya Tiwari, and he gets off the inside part of the bat to mid-wicket. There is no run.
So Sam Curran with his yellow dress and this little yellow headband, to me looks like an overgrown 12-year-old.
He always does. He looks like, to me, I've said this many times before, he's the 12-year-old playing in the under-15s and trying desperately to impress with every ball.
And doing so. Curran outside off stump, a little bit of movement back into the left-handed Surya Tiwari, and he drops bat on it and takes a single out to point. I think Jadeja there was set back. Kedar Jadhav, in fact, was set back on the edge of the ring. Surya Kumar Yadav about to face up to his second ball. Really, he's sort of the adaptable player in this Mumbai middle order. Performs a very important role. He can accelerate, he can consolidate, and he can give good support to the power hitters of Pollard and the Pandya brothers later on in the innings.
Tiwari's an interesting one. He's kind of been out in the cold for 3 seasons, hasn't he?
He has been. Ishan Kishan has been Mumbai's usual number 4. He's not been selected today. Interesting to see the logic behind that. We've got a slip.
Ishan Kishan's a wicket keeper, right? So with Quinton de Kock there,
he plays a lot as a specialist batter. He did last season. Wideish slip in place and close field on the offside. A little bit of swing back into the right-handed Surya Kumar Yadav, who blocks back to Sam Curran. There is no run. End of the power play, and even with those 2 wickets, a good one for Mumbai, thanks to the rollicking start given them by Quinton de Kock. After 6 overs, they are 51 for 2.
It's been an excellent start from Mumbai, despite those 2 wickets. But I think CSK's figured out the wicket now, and it's going to be much more difficult to score from this point onward. So if we were looking at a very high score, the way Rohit and Quentin de Kock were going in the first 3 overs, I think we need to roll that back now.
Well, it seems to me, I don't know what you think about this, Andy. In fact, we'll come to that. Get through some social media.
Yeah, there's not too much. Leah is nailing her colours to the mast. The Indians never show up in the first half of the season anyway, True. No, I'm not nervously gnawing down my nails. Why do you ask? It's going to be a long season if you've started already.
Yeah, we've got lots of people with us on Crick Tracker. Manish Singh, Muttavan Raj, Ashish Verma, Mohammad Irfan, Manish Singh, Ashish Verma, and many others. We have a change of spinner as the man with lustrous thick hair comes in and is driven by left-hander Saurabh Tiwari up to Sam Curran at deepish mid-off for a single, and that single comes off the bowling of this man. Will the over finish first or the jingle? Lightning Jadeja is in and beautifully driven by Surya Kumar Yadav, a little bit too full, drifting into middle and off stump and lofted up and over the infield, bisecting the men at deep cover and deep mid off beautifully for 4. Lovely shot by Surya.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What a beautiful bit of
Surya Kumar
battle.
Yadav is a delightful batsman to watch.
Yes, placement on that was fantastic. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's just a delight to watch.
Oh, that holds up in the wicket a little bit, and Surya's a little bit aerial with that shot, but everyone's back on the leg side, so it's just a simple chipped single to the edge of the ring, and he comes through for that run very easily. I think Jadeja's going to have a very good tournament in these conditions with the ball.
Yeah, it's perfect for him.
As he's in a little hint of turn from outside off stump to Saurabh Tiwari, the left-hander, and he guides it to Ngidi at backward point. They come through for a single, 7 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. We covered a lot of the Asia Cup in 2018, and Jadeja was brilliant for India in that tournament.
But the UAE for spinners is heaven. Absolutely.
For some spinners, it doesn't always turn very quickly. A little bit of drift from Jadeja, again quite full, and Surya again going inside out and favouring the offside, drives up to mid-off. They come through for a single. So looking at Jadeja's often ever-changing hairstyles, he's gone with basically just a lot of hair held up by a headband and a closely cropped beard. He's in a little bit wider of the crease to the left-handed Saurabh Tiwari, outside off stump and cut out to the man on the deep point boundary. They come through for a single, 9 off Jadeja's first over. Surya's 7 off 5, Saurabh Tiwari 6 off 7. After 7 overs, Mumbai 60 for 2.
Messi Jazz tells me, and rightly so, it's more likely Curran is a 12-year-old playing in the under-60s, given that Watto and MSD are also playing. Barely under 40 anyway.
Yeah, it's I was saying this at the top of the show, it's the same question with CSK every year. It can the old guard give them 1 more year, or in this case I guess 2 more years, given that there isn't likely to be a mega auction next year. Certainly Shane Watson has delivered in the last couple of seasons. Dhoni's had his moments. You've got Imran Tahir, who's still absolutely brilliant. I think Aninder's right. I think the loss of Suresh Raina is going to be a big deal for Chennai, just given the power and the acceleration that and the aggression that he brings to the top order, which really they don't have.
After this ball,
as Curran is in a little hint of swing, he's bowling his third over, his second in a row, and he's driven out to deep cover by Tiwari, single taken.
Do we ever get a definitive reason for why Raina isn't here?
Yes, there was
stories.
a horrible situation where his uncle's house in Punjab was broken into by armed robbers, and his uncle was murdered.
I did see that, but I also saw Srinivasan say...
Yeah. I think there were both reasons.
Srinivasan was saying very briefly that Raina had stropped off because Dhoni had a better hotel.
Yeah, that story is nonsense. Outside off stump, and Surya Kumar opens the face and guides it down to Piyush Chawla at third man for a single. That story is
No,
nonsense.
I think the story.
sorry,
Nicole. I think the story there is that that might just have been a part of the argument which happened and it was just picked up by someone. But I think the real issues were, one was the family, the other was because of all these positive COVID tests, he was very nervous for his young family and being there and go back. So psychologically something snapped and he just decided to go back.
Outside off stump, full delivery, swinging away from the left-hander there for the drive, but it's swung past the outside edge and taken by Dhoni. There is no run. Srinivasan actually walked back some of his comments when he found out what had happened to Suresh Raina's family in more detail. So I think the hotel room story is nonsense. I think there is something in what you say about his concerns given the positive tests in the CSK camp, and that's also why Harbhajan Singh's family were not keen on him coming, so that's why he's not available for this tournament. A little bit quicker from Sam Curran, shorter, and Tiwari mistimes the pull shot and takes a single out to deep square leg. So it's been a good comeback from Piyush Chawla and Sam Curran after that fantastic start that Rohit and in particular Quinton de Kock gave the Mumbai Indians after 7.4 overs. They are 63-4-2. Andy, I think tactically it's Surya and Saurav Tiwari setting a base for Pollard and Pandya to explode in the latter part of the innings.
They have to, really. I think the real big loss for Mumbai was de Kock, who was absolutely flying, and they would have really liked him to keep going and be able to avoid this consolidation period.
Surya opens his stance and aims at the leg side, but he gets plenty of bat on this as it's outside off stump, and Piyush Chawla can't get round quickly enough from third man. He dives over the top of the ball. 4 runs for Surya. Nicely played. Good placement again, opening the face to get it wide enough of the man who's quite fine at third man. Not the best bit of fielding. And we will see this, I think, as a lot of teams are playing their first games of competitive cricket for a while. A lot of players are playing their first games of competitive cricket for a while. That the ground fielding in particular might take a little while to reach its the standards that these guys set themselves. 2 men back on the leg side at deep square leg and long leg, and so Surya takes the easy single out there and keeps the strike. He's on 13, so 8 runs off that over from Sam Curran. He's 1 for 18 off his 3 after 8 overs. Mumbai 68-2.
Madan Mohan Sharma says, thanks Gorilla Cricket for providing us ball-by-ball live commentary. Even in India, neither Cricket Blast nor Sports Flashes can match you. You are the best.
Thank you, Madan.
Judge.
Nice, nice. On your point, Andy, yes, it would have been great if de Kock had been around, but Mumbai clearly has the best franchise middle order in the world today of any franchise, in my view. So
as Jadeja comes in, down the track comes Surya Kumar Yadav. It just dipped on him, nicely bowled by Jadeja, getting that dip, which meant that Surya's attempted hit over the top was just a dribble up to mid-off for 1. Could have easily been stumped.
So you've got Hardik Pandya, Krunal Pandya, Kieran Pollard coming in there.
Lofted over the top by Saurav Tiwari, just a drop kick, and he's got plenty of that. It looked as though mid-on was going to be interested for a while, but sailed over his head. Beautiful, almost effortless shot from Saurav Tiwari for 6. 6.
Yeah, Jadeja doesn't look too pleased with that one. It was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, it didn't.
Beautifully
Just
picked
a
up.
little bit too flat, perhaps, allowing Saurav Tiwari to pick it up, but it's a lovely shot, and didn't give mid-on a chance.
Well, Jadeja doesn't really flight the ball much anyway, so he's always going to be flat.
Then we've got the men up in the circle are at short third man, extra cover, I think, short fine leg and mid wicket, and it's a bit of a misfield by the man at short third man, Lungi Ngidi, which turns what was an easy single into an easy 2. Seeing that rust that I was talking about. We did see this with England and West Indies when they emerged from the bubble to play that first test match, and CSK's preparations of course has been hurt by those COVID tests. 4th ball of the over and cut by Saurav Tiwari, a little bit too wide from Jadeja, not that short, and Saurav Tiwari's guided that away beautifully past third man for 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He's making his case for selection here.
Yeah, a steady start was 6 off 7, but now he's up at a decent strike rate, up over 9 and over, as is Surya Kumar Yadav. This pitch is not as slow as we might have thought it would be, but then I'm sure we'll see it slow down as we get through the tournament. This is hung up outside off stump, and Saurav Tiwari tries to slog sweep, gets it quite straight to Faf du Plessis at mid-on for a single. So 14 runs off the over already from Jadeja, who usually is such a strangulating bowler. If you're just joining us, CSK don't have Imran Tahir to call on in the 11 today. This is bullish on off stump, and Surya Kumar takes the single up to Sam Curran at mid-on. He's on 15 off 10. Saurav Tiwari 21 off 14 after 9 overs. Mumbai are 83 for 2, and that will be the first. That will be the first strategic timeout of this year's tournament. So rattle through some social media.
Elixir of Azazel says unfair contest between MI and Senior Citizens 11 recovering from COVID. Well, CSK have been written off before for being old. We'll see. And Leah says Srinivasan clears the very low bar of being a better human being involved in cricket than Giles Clarke, but that is high praise indeed.
Giles Clarke very much. I don't know if you've seen the film Death of a Gentleman.
Absolutely.
Giles Clarke gave the impression of being a useful idiot for Srinivasan. We have a lot of people with us on Crit Tracker. Again, I'm just going to have to pick a place and go. Sadek, Suresh Kumar, Basant Singh, Subrata Biswas, Bhat Hrider, Bhubana Sahu, Shadab Kadri, Mehtab, Abuleshe, Mudik Ramuddin, Museb Fayaz, Selam Parsan, Ehsan Jamali, Kalpash Khare, Shaheen Shah Alam, Ayash Kamboj, Rohit Sharma, presumably not that one, Karan Singh Bhatti, Vikya Rana, Jakir Hussain, Safraj Ansari, and plenty many more. Forgive me for my pronunciation. I am embarrassingly monolingual for a person of Indian descent, but we're all trying our best. 2 people with us on YouTube as well. Atik Halim and Shruti Alex are with us. Prashant Sohn and Dev Preston are trying to work out whether it is finally RCB's year or not. Do not fall into the trap. Dev Preston says, greetings from Yorkshire. And Sudipta Banerjee says, are you freaking kidding me? I am so happy to see your IPL commentary. Thank you. Well, thank you, Sudipta, for being with us.
Well, having a look at CSK's bowling options, as a ninja's saying, flat out pace doesn't seem the option, but outside of their 5 main bowlers, they can go to Watson, they can go to Kedar. I'm not sure if Watson even bowls these days.
Hasn't bowled very
once in a while, not regularly.
In extremis, for sure.
This might be extremist the way this is going.
He's always been an accurate bowler, very wicket to wicket. Kedar Jadhav with his right arm underground, I think may come into the tournament more as it goes on, as the pitches slow down. If you're just joining us here on Guerrilla Cricket for our coverage of this first game of the IPL, Chennai Super Kings won the toss and elected to field. Both teams said they wanted to field. Rohit Sharma and Quinton de Kock gave Mumbai a fantastic start. Rohit fell for 12 off 10 despite having hit a couple of boundaries early to bowled caught by Sam Curran at mid-off the bowling of Piyush Chawla, and then Curran got a wicket of his own, dismissing Quinton de Kock, who pulled to Shane Watson at mid-wicket for a very quick fire 33 off 20. Surya Kumar Yadav and Saurav Tiwari, who's into the 11 at number 4 in place of Ishan Kishan, the more usual number 4, are 15 off 10 and 21 off 14 respectively, so both going at exactly 9 and over. We have a change. Sam Curran's last over is being saved for later in the innings, and this man is back into the attack.
Piyush Chawla, yeah, that is his name. Piyush
Chawla, definitely the best bowler on show thus far. 1 for 3 off his 1 over, but that's a poor ball down the leg side, and a very easy wide signalled by Chris Gaffney.
Yeah, I think.
We've got short
I think
fine
that
leg.
just slipped out of his hand.
Yeah, a little bit. Short fine leg, short third man, backward point, and extra cover up in the circle. So 3 men back on the leg side at deep square leg, backward of square, a mid wicket quite square as well, and a mid off mid-on rather quite wide. This is driven by Surya Kumar, but straight to Jadeja at cover, so they're obviously thinking that's going to be an important position. There is no run. There will also be I'm sure, a long off and cover sweeper as Chawla's in. Right arm over the wicket, tosses this up, and driven off the inside part of the bat by Surya Kumar Yadav, going straight on with the arm and off the inside part of the bat. It skews into the leg side. This is good bowling from Piyush Chawla.
He's one of the craftiest leg spinners around. He's a great pickup for Chennai.
Yeah, let go by Kolkata Knight Riders after not having a brilliant season last year. Actually, neither of their spinners, Kuldeep, had a very difficult year last year for the Mumbai Indians. But yeah, he is a very good signing for Piyush Chawla, and particularly even more so now with Harbhajan not being able to play in this tournament. That experienced Indian spinner, googly outside leg stump to the left-handed Saurav Tiwari, who mistimes this and blocks it back to the bowler. There is no run.
I mean, imagine having a match where you're going to have both Tahir and Piyush Chawla bowling from either end. I mean, that's just going to be a nightmare for batsmen.
Certainly later in the tournament. Fourth ball of Chawla's second over, the 10th of the innings. This is another googly outside leg stump. Saurav Tiwari respects it and blocks back to the bowler. There is no run. We'll have a change in 2 balls time. Andy Ward's going to take over ball by ball, and India's going to be in the summarisers chair throughout this first innings, and Grubby's going to come on and read your tweets. Quinton de Kock is obviously very relaxed. He's taken his shoes off already. Does someone tell him he's going to have to keep Chawla in? Saurav Tiwari thinking about backing away to leg and then getting back in line. Chawla too wily to be foxed by that, and he just drops it on a length on leg stump, and it's nudged to deep mid wicket where Jadeja strolls in to field.
Well,
Single
it makes more
taken.
sense than sitting there with your pads on after you're out, like a lot of them do. I really don't understand that.
Yeah, that's the I'm disappointed, I'm really disappointed I got out look.
Yeah, yes.
Sometimes they're superstitious. Like, I mean, Kohli keeps his pads on for a while after getting out sometimes.
As Chawla comes in, last ball of the over, last ball of this particular commentary triad. Foolish outside off stump and a big sweep, and the first bit of lightning hands work behind the stumps from MS Dhoni. Whipped the zing bails off in a flash, but Surya Kumar Yadav's back foot was firmly planted. Good over by Piyush Chawla, just the 3 runs off it, and one of those was a wide. Surya Kumar is 16 off 13. Saurav Tiwari will be on strike on 22 off 17. Mumbai Indians at halfway, having been put in by MS Dhoni, are 86 for 2. And India will stay on. Grubby will come on in just a second, and the next voice you hear will be Andy Ward.
Yes, so with the very, very best 2 bowlers by a distance. Sam Curran 3 overs for 18 and Piyush Chawla 2 overs for 6 and India. But CSK don't know whether to stick or twist and bowl them out now or save them for later. It's always a difficult balancing act.
It is, and I figured they might keep Curran back. They might just hold him back a little bit, at least for his last over.
He's only got the one, yeah.
Yeah, but Chawla, they might just bowl him out here because you're 10 overs into the innings already, and you've got Hardik Pandya coming in, you've got Pollard coming in. They're just going to swing at him anyway. So yeah, he could probably get wickets, but if he can keep them down now, the pressure's just going to keep mounting on them.
And Paul is with us with another impressive lockdown beard. In fact, it's Chahar who comes back. That's poked into the offside, and there'll just be a single. We'll get a jingle for him.
Deepak Chahar, Fleming loved the sky. Deepak Chahar, he bowled a few sky high. Did they come down? He somehow bowled his way to success.
Being reminded that, of course, CSK also have Mitchell Santner in their roster. But anyway, Paul, good to see you.
Hello, and you, Andy. Yeah, thanks for the welcome. Same beard, by the way, same lockdown beard as it was last time. hello to you, Andy.
Just gets longer.
Yeah, it does. So
Imran Tahir sporting a lockdown beard and a mullet, by the way.
That is a tremendous look for him.
Yeah.
Imagine that flapping around in celebration. Chahar's going to come in again. You don't often see him in the middle overs. It's 2 now. It's a length ball that's punched up to mid-off, and there is no run.
We were having a little chat beforehand, weren't we? And I was putting forward the theory that Chahal's the best T20 bowler in the world. Then he duly goes round the park in his first over in the face of some early Rowett. Splendid timing.
Yes, but
Yeah,
as I was saying, he has the highest dot ball percentage over the last 3 IPL seasons combined by some distance. Actually,
That alone would put him in the frame to be the best T20 bowler in the world. Then.
Certainly power play bowler. Here he comes again. That one seemed to be a slow ball, little off spinner almost, off cutter. It was prodded down into the gap at point, and there's just a single. It's 88 for 2 in the 11th over.
Elixir of Azazel is with us on the tweet machine. Unfair contest between Mumbai Indians and Senior Citizens 11 recovering from COVID. I think we might have had that one. And Leah Hanoverian Hun reassures Knuckle it's okay about his monolingualism, if that's a word. The really annoying monolinguals are the French tourists that insist you use French to tell them more about the English book they consider purchasing. So there.
Chawla is going to continue, I think. Oh no, he's not. We've still got Shahar. It's in the air. It's not gone very far. I think it would have been straight down Midahon's throat if he was up, but he wasn't. And they actually come back for 2, a little bit slow from Duplessis. CSK have a long-standing theory that they feel their players' experience with bat and ball makes up for a bit of slowness in the field.
And they've proven that. I think over the years, very clearly you look at their record and they've proven that. Their players have got more mature with them, let's put it this way, and that's not prevented them from winning championships. So I think there's much to be said for that.
I agree. Yeah,
they're an old and grey team. It's great when they're all in the park. I mean, Imran Tahir not playing today, rather surprisingly. I think I'm with Messi Jazz as well. Great to see Watson on the park. He's always good
Absolutely.
value. Wouldn't have let anyone down in the series that we've just played against Australia in this country. But I suspect he probably retired, didn't he, for international cricket.
Shorter ball, and it's pulled by Tiwari. He hasn't got all of it, but because of that, they might get back for 2. No, just the 1 that time. 91 for 2.
Tiwari's already earned his keep here. I mean, he's batting really well.
Yep. Now, I know this is a bit chip pan calling salad bowl greasy, but he's got a little bit of a tummy on him.
He does.
It's the Tiwari.
He's well endowed at the
He used
moment.
to have, I think. He was a big unit when he first came in. But
so he's worked on his fitness, you mean?
Maybe so. Well, I think he looked like a titch compared to Raheem Cornwall. Love to see him in the IPL.
Oh yes.
That's a poor ball from Chahar. It's a slower ball down the leg side. It's easy wide.
Well, compared to Raheem Cornwall, anyone would be.
Well, yes,
Wide.
yes, like a stick figure.
Yeah, there's Cornwall, and then there's the rest when it comes to girth, weight, and general size. But
He's
So where do you think? Sorry, where do you think this innings ends up?
Well,
where are you calling it?
with wickets in hand, I think your base rate is about 10 and over from here, so possibly around 180. But as you say, that middle order is so good, so powerful, they could stretch 190, 200. See what Chahar can do about that. It's a length ball which
there you go.
levered up straight. Is it far enough though?
Oh.
No, it's not. You can never tell till it comes back down.
Yep.
Sam Curran / Olivia Newton-John has run round to take the catch. That's Yadav is gone. Beautiful looking shot off the bat from Ninja, but he got under it a little bit.
Yeah, he's. I don't think he timed it that well. It went up too high in the air, and there was just a shot of Rohit Sharma right after that, and it was almost like he was saying, "Oh no, it's the start of the season again."
Well, despite looking very good and hitting some lovely shots, Yadav ended up with 17 off 16, which is
Yeah,
and he's someone they put a lot of faith on to get them out of trouble.
Well, India keeps rolling these tremendous batsmen off the production line. I mean, he's great to watch. There's people got later on, and Banti Rayudu is another one who I think is very easy on the eye and get to see later.
Right,
you
well,
got
we're into
Hardik
this
Pandya
middle
coming
order
in.
now.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
92 for 3 off 11. Decent time for him to come in, I think.
Absolutely, 9 overs to go. Hardik Pandya in. Carnage about to happen if they don't get him out.
Well,
Do what you do, Hardik.
There could be carnage either way, of course. You never know. There might be some bowling carnage. See what Jadeja can do about that. Yes, in a spin.
Playing round cricket by myself, and I had too much confidence, and I was thinking about myself, and then there he was.
He's bowling over the wicket from Tiwari, and it's a pretty poor short ball, but Tiwari didn't really cash in. Just played it out to the sweeper for the single.
Yeah, he played a shot a couple of overs ago, Tiwari, where he just had the look a little bit of Jesse Ryder, another well-proportioned left-handed slasher at the top of the order.
Indeed.
154 strike rate in the IPL for Hardik, which is elite. Very, very good.
Jesse Ryder was one hell of a player.
Oh man, yeah, it was one of my favourites at the time. He was so talented and a joy to watch. See some
Jadeja's back around the wicket and it's flat again. He scampers across the pitch to pick up the shot and there's no run. Did he play much IPL, Jesse Ryder?
I don't know, actually.
No, I don't
think he might have done early on.
Yeah,
I think he might have done, but I'm only guessing. Jadeja comes in again to Hardik. Speared into the pads and it's clipped out to mid-wicket, but there is no run again.
I'll give you a few Crick Tracker shout-outs at the end of the over. As Knuckle mentioned, we've got hundreds and hundreds of people listening and joining us on Crick Tracker, which is fantastic.
Hello to you all, and into the pads it goes again and again, although this time on the front foot. Hardik just plays it out to mid-wicket. He's having a bit of a sighter, 3 dots for him so far. Here's Jadeja. Yeah, something had to give. He swung it away over the leg side. Is it long enough? Just. Fielder running back can't get there, and that's 6.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
I don't know what Chris Gaffney's worrying about. It's definitely 6.
Well,
Is he waiting for confirmation?
There's something off with the scoreboard because I'm sure there have been 5 balls in this over. The scoreboard is saying that's the 4th. Hardik almost swung himself off his feet there. I did feel something had to give. Just slog swept it imperiously over square leg.
Secret of a good batsman, isn't it? Balance. Not on that occasion.
Yes, that's right.
He can hit it from anywhere to anywhere, pretty much.
No, Chris Gaffney seemed to be confused about whether that was 6 and the scoreboard. He's that one
that's
shorter.
another one.
He picked that one up
That's
as well.
even bigger.
That is even bigger. It goes over the advertising board scoreboard, and that is a maximum. They've got virtual cheers.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
They've got little virtual cheerleaders that come up on the advertising boards, which I suppose saves some money.
Let me give you a few Crick Tracker shout-outs. Apologies because there are so many I can't get around to you, I'm afraid, but Mahesh is with us and also Pawan Rajput, both of whom barracking for CSK. Aurangzeb Malikzada, beg your pardon for that stuttering pronunciation there. Dulai is with us, Rajesh, Trilok Chand, Sharif Ahmed, Sachin Yadav, and Hussein Chowdhury, and Balu Ips is with us. And hello to you and everyone else who's with us on Crick Tracker. Elixir of Azazel is with us on the tweet machine, saying remarkable transformation for Saurabh Tiwari from a Dhoni lookalike to a Mohammad Shahzad lookalike. And who else do we have with us? Leah is with us. Dick Status Ha, she says, which someone may understand what that means, but not me.
Well, Tiwari is still out there, so rather overshadowed by that entrance from Hardik, who, as we are reminded, scored 402 runs at 44 in last year's IPL. That's a stellar strike rate of 191. He was
in fantastic form.
Yeah.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi. Let's play Lungi.
Here he comes across the left-hander and it's played up to mid-off for no run. No point, Scrubby, for identifying the song of that jingle. I know you know that one.
Oh yeah, Master and Stone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a bit of genius though. I forget who put that one together. Was it Mog? Anyway, it's to just hear the name Lungi Ngidi and think, I know, what that'll fit into? Master and
Yes.
servant.
That's
Bang!
the
It
trick.
works.
That's the trick. So got a bit of a fan board up there, showing some dancing fans. Not dancing very well.
So pretty realistic then.
Yes. And Gidi has a lot of ground to catch up after that first over went for 18. Gives himself room. Tiwari hits it slightly
lovely
aerially
shot.
through the covers. The fielders were up. Curran's after it. Didn't get all of it, and he will pick up 2.
I feel a bit sorry for the little Sammy Curran because he's obviously thought, I'm gonna pay a tribute to Dennis Lilly today. Get the old, orangey yellow sweatband, headband, and everyone's talking about bloody Jane Fonda.
Olivia Newton-John. Yeah.
He definitely doesn't look quite as scary as Lily did back.
That's out of.
Or even as scary as Olivia Newton-John.
He wouldn't scare you with a gut, basically, is what we're saying.
Ngidi comes in, it's shorter, pulled away by Tiwari. He's got more of that one. He's also got it nicely in the gap. I think that's a 1 bounce 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I tweeted an interesting article the other day, which is an excerpt from Tim Wigmore and Freddie Wild's book about the difference between CSK and RCB, and it goes into a lot of the different strategies they use, but also contrasts the captains about how Kohli is so excitable and demonstrative, while Dhoni is the absolute opposite, very calm, never seems too excited either way, tries to keep an even keel. It's no secret which one really works.
Which is why, I think which is why they're very different captains when it comes to the different formats in terms of their effectiveness.
Absolutely, and that time Tiwari gives himself room, clubs it up past mid-off, who is up, and Curran lopes after that one. He's not going to get there. Duplessis lopes round from long on. He's not going to get there either. It's another 4.
Yeah, I think like with many things in cricket, there are.
Oh, go on.
Sorry, Andy.
And the Gide's
No,
gone
they're
28 off 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about him actually. Like, he's a sort of unusual pick, really, because he's a fine bowler. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure he's got kind of the box of tricks that you necessarily need to be really successful at the top level in 2020
No,
these
I agree.
days.
They
Little bit up
seem
and
to
down.
be lining him up today. That one is paddled round backward square, but very nicely into the gap. Fielder's round, they should pick up. No, just one, I think. Good bit of fielding. Tiwari's on to 37. He's making sure he's not going to be outshone by Hardik. He hasn't really strike this over, but I think he will now.
But don't forget that people like Lungi and Eddy have no experience whatsoever of the UAE, if I'm not mistaken, of bowling there. So it must be quite difficult to get settled in first up.
Well, it's certainly different from South Africa, where he grew up.
Or India, where he's played before. So I think the grounds are very different. I'm sorry, Andy. You were talking about Jesse Ravi. Okay, great. Come back to that.
That's tapped into the leg side by Pandya to mid-wicket. It's all 6-all and 6-all dot for him. I thought that was the end of the over. The scorecard's been playing up a little bit. Yes, it is the end of the over.
So we were talking about Jesse Ryder. So Jesse Ryder played the IPL for 3 years, 2009, 11 and 12. He had 604 runs and he picked up 8 wickets playing 29 matches during the time.
Okay, yeah, well, there was a strong New Zealand presence in that early IPL. Brendan McCullum, of course, was a big star. Anything else on Twitter there, Grubby?
Yeah, I had a good one retweeted to us from our friend Jane Francis, from someone called Opinions, and it says Hardik already adapting well to alien conditions, namely doing physical activity with his top on. We've got loads more people joining us on Crick Tracker. Sandeep Singh Yadavanshi, Babalu Kushwaha, Adil Bhatt, Ahmad Wajid Kashkeli, and Harish as well is also with us. It's great that you're all there. Get involved. Tweet in if you want. Probably might be a better way of having your voice heard if that is something that appeals to you.
I think so, generally. Down the track comes Tiwari and pushes that one up to one off, and there's no run. Yes, we are all, of course, working from home, and sorry, but I won't have Facebook infesting my computer. Chowler is going to bowl. Pointing the field
We've got a few
around.
people joining us on Hot Mike as well. Mike is with us. Not Hot Mike, but just Mike.
It should be.
Irish Outside is with us. Aine is also with us. Warren, Brian Cusack, and Jay Jen.
Chowler's
all
going to
joining us
bowl
on
the
Hot
field
Mike.
mostly back on the leg side, also a long off, and then in the other quadrant of the field is up, if you understand what I'm saying. He's going to bowl to Hardick. Outside off stump, and Hardick has a huge swing. It's an inside edge out into the leg side. And I think if the batsman had realised, they might have gone for 2, but they ended up just walking on.
Knuckle reminds us that Ngidi had a decent or a very good season with CSK back in 2018. Was injured a lot last year, but they've obviously retained faith in him.
A friend of mine sends me a very, very amusing message. He says, this IPL, they have changed the rules. If you notice, every team has 11 foreigners playing.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I see, yeah, not from UAE, very good.
Swept away, down to backward square, again field, a bit of a misfield, but he manages to turn around, I think that's VJ, and save it before it dribbled into the rope, and that'll be 2. Probably would have been 2 anyway, but still looked a bit clumsy.
Another fine beard on Murali VJ.
Yep.
There are many in the Indian international team.
Absolutely.
And Jadeja, of course.
More coiffured. And so that's a decent shout for LBW, but it's probably the googly going past off stump, I think. I don't believe... do we have reviews in the IPL these days? Yes.
One each?
Yes. Yeah.
He's taking one.
Yeah, I think that's right.
The worst shout I've ever seen.
I think you called it right though. It was googly, as many of his deliveries are, aren't they? I think he's kind of a googly bowler, and then he's wrong and is the leg break now.
Yes, he's writing. But
it looks like they might have reviewed it as well.
Everyone's standing in the middle of the wicket. Yep. I think there might be a review on this one.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Pitch is in line. It's going past off stump, I think.
I think it's going outside the off, yeah.
Yeah. It's hit him on the back pad. There's no bat on it. So we can just go straight through to ball track. And height's not a problem, though.
It's a hopeful one, isn't it? I can't see this being overturned. I can't see anything in the stumps.
Umpires call it best, I think.
At the very worst, yeah.
It's hit in front of off stump, and it is missing off stump. So score another one to us. Clattering into fourth stump, but that doesn't count.
They just love it when we're right.
Chowler is going to come in again after that. It might be selective memory, but I do pride myself on getting a lot of DRSs right. I'll probably get the next one horribly wrong. Chowler's in again, shorter, it's another googly, pushed out to the sweeper, and that'll be an easy single. There was we got a typo
from
on
the
typo
oh
on
yeah, go on.
Crick info. It says short of a length outside off, Hardick shuffles and craps himself, but cramps it himself. It's supposed to work out what the single entendre is. Cramps himself. Well, it does happen sometimes in sport, as Gary Lineker will tell you every time he tweets anything. Someone will remind him of that. Punched back to the bowler, Chowler, and there is no run. I think Hardick's going to, whatever he does with his leather regions, I think he's going to open his shoulders again a bit. Or is that the end of the over? Yes, I think it is. Another good one from Chowler.
Let me give you a couple of tweets then. Colin Rosenthal says, joining you from Denmark, where we've just been sent home for yet another 2 weeks, which does mean I'll be home to watch the IPL every day at 4 p.m. So it's an ill wind. Thanks for the great commentary and hot mic syncing.
Well, we won't be on every day, unfortunately, but we'll be doing what we can. We are here tomorrow, and we're here. In fact, we're here all the way through Wednesday, the first 5 days of the IPL. We can promise you that.
Silver Humber gives us Silver Humber gives us a stats update. For success with the bat, sixes, and ball, wickets, and catches is inversely proportionate to waistline. I see.
If only that were true.
And whoever is the person behind Armchair podcast says, just catching up with the action now. Nice to see Tiwari back in action.
A big swing from Tiwari. I'm not sure if he's got all of that. It reaches, thrown back in. Duplessis is going to complete the catch. It looks, they'll probably check it, but it looks okay. He was toppling towards the boundary, but he threw it back in time.
Yeah.
And he
I was afraid one of his foot was going to go out, but I think he's.
I think they should have a look at his back foot.
Yeah.
Just check that heel, but it does look like he has been caught at long on.
Did we ever see anything like that? I mean, it's commonplace now that stepping over the boundary, throwing the ball, and coming back. Did we ever see anything like that in the 20th century? I don't believe it.
Well, you used to be able to lean on the fence and take a catch within living memory.
With a pint of directors in the other hand.
Exactly. He's walking off. I'm sure they will check it. He's up. Yep. He's down.
Oh, he was well inside.
He's got to let it go. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
That'll be out. Yep.
Oh, brilliantly done.
Oh,
expertly done.
Yeah.
But it is, as I say, it's just commonplace now, that, isn't it? But it's really
practice it
skillful.
so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
They probably spent 3 hours a day training for that.
Certainly a lot. But whether that's going to be any respite for CSK, it will be either Krunau or Pollard to come in. I'd guess Pollard.
Pollard, yeah. I guess it would be Pollard,
isn't it?
But a good innings for Tiwari, 42 off 31. Good comeback for him, staking his place, his claim for a place in the team ongoing.
Rohit Sharma does not look pleased.
Well, he's trying to be fairly phlegmatic. I think he's trying to copy Dhoni and be quite stoic on the boundary. It's 121 for 4. We've had 14.1 overs, so they're still looking at about 180. Here comes this man. Another beard.
Hey, how did you win? Sorry you can't get through. I'm busy watching Kai run Pollard, so I'll get back to you.
So, perfect storm for Mumbai, really. They got Hardik and Pollard at the wicket with 6 overs left, 120 on the board. They couldn't wish for much better.
And he's in a bit of nick as well. Michael reminds us he was very, very good in the CPL recently.
Did you say they had a perfect record? Did they win every day? Wow, I'm sure that's unheard of in franchise cricket.
Pollard is such an unbelievable player. I love watching him bat, bowl. I'd pay just to go see him play.
Yeah, well, he's on strike, which seems a bit remiss.
Absolutely love him. Just before. Sorry, Andy.
Seems a bit remiss. They ought to have crossed there. Never mind.
I was just going to say I've been loving it before I came on air, and then just listening to you, your enthusiasm shining through. You're obviously very excited about the competition, as we all are. But I'm particularly enjoying your childlike enthusiasm.
As opposed to my childlike understanding of the game. Pollard clips that one out into the square leg area. He's not the quickest, so that's just one.
I just like to be enthusiastic about whatever I do.
Good, great. Yeah,
life needs enthusiasts. It also needs curmudgeons.
What does it? A question mark? Have a look at that catch. I'm not sure where Faf du Plessis lies on that spectrum.
Well, we've certainly served the spectrum as the Guerrilla cricket team, don't we?
We're possibly more towards the curmudgeonly end as a collective. Punched back to the bowler by Hardik. Jadeja gets a hand on it, but it does spin away to mid-off. They'll take another single.
Healthy cynicism, I like to call it.
We are going to have a change around at the end of this over. I think Hendo's probably back.
I think he is actually until next innings.
No? Okay. Well, you three guys can run around. Into the leg side from Pollard. He'll get another easy single, just easing his way into this innings. 124 for 4. Hardik on 14 and Pollard on 2. It's an interesting beard style from Pollard. It's not long, but it kind of goes all the way round.
I've never seen him with a beard before.
Clubbed up towards long on. It's another
chance. He's done it again.
He has done it again. That's a flatter one that time. Hardik punched it up to long on, and not sure he needed to throw it up again that time, you can see, but he did just in case, and that one's out again.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Now we know why Rohit Sharma was looking worried.
Yeah, so 2/3 of those, 1/3 of the big guns has gone, and it's going to be Hardik's brother Krunal coming to replace him. Then we get into the bowlers, but I think with 5 overs left, I don't think these guys can slow down.
I think Pollard's going to take most of the strike because Krunal's good, but Krunal's not in the league of Hardik when it comes to hitting.
No, he certainly can play a good cameo. We saw that catch again by Duplessis. Again, he didn't have to throw the ball up, but he did just in case.
It's almost a reflex, wasn't it? Because he'd got the ball under control, he had his balance, he wasn't going over the rope, but he did it nevertheless.
I'm telling you, it's just practice.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's muscle memory, all that stuff. They're in danger of arsing this up a bit, aren't they, Mumbai?
Maybe.
Yeah.
They might end up with only 160, which would not be good enough in the position they were in.
Anyway, it's this man coming into bat.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
Couldn't be much worse than Rise of Skywalker. Anyway, he steps away as if considering that point. Doesn't allow Jadeja to bowl his last ball. Jadeja on 2 for 40 off 3.5. Bit of everything going on there. Here he comes and into the pads, and it's tipped into the leg side now. A bit quicker running now between these two. Actually, no, because Pollard's still there, but he does get back for 2. Direct hit, but even Pollard has got back. It's 126 for 5. 5 overs left. Mumbai still targeting 180. We'll see what they can do.
It's an interesting 5 overs which are left. I mean, they really have to go for it now with not too many wickets left. So I think 190 is probably going to be very difficult from here, even if Pollard goes a bit crazy here.
Yeah, agreed. A couple of overs ago, I think they would have been eyeing 200 really, and 180 is a bare minimum. But I think they'd be quite happy with 180.
Yeah.
Now
We spoke earlier that the average winning score here in Abu Dhabi over the last few years is 167. So yeah, I think 165, 170 would be a good score. Karen Pollard can make a mockery of anybody's calculations, obviously. But Krunal Pandya didn't have a great year with the bat last year. Was batting higher up the order usually. Was batting a lot at 5. Down the order this time to give Hardik and Pollard more of a chance. Interesting to see how that develops. This.
But the average score, Nakul, is a bit deceptive here because who are we looking at? I mean, it's not really had so many high-class teams.
Well, I mean, this includes. I think this includes at least one full season of the PSL and some international cricket. So it's decent level.
Now we've got little Chawla coming back into the attack, and the first delivery that he bowls to Pollard is defended by the big lad back at the track, and there is no run.
Yeah, Chawla's actually continuing his bowling out. It's been by far the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, he's been terrific. I love watching a good leggy bowl, and he is definitely a good leggy. Yeah. Although, as you pointed out earlier, now his stop ball is really that googly. Which he bowls now, and this is flicked fairly effortlessly back over his head by Pollard, and that sails over the boundary rope. Very minimal effort.
It's just not fair.
He didn't even try, did he? I wonder whether IPL stats are... someone will have done this analysis, no doubt, whether they're sort of enhanced, if you like, versus the whole of the T20 world. Give you an example. Hardik Pandya's stats came up just now, and his strike rate in the IPL is around about 160, and last year was like something ridiculous, at 190, I think. And overall, his strike rate is about 140. So whether the IPL is just a kind of microwave version of T20.
The thing is, you play more. You play a lot more domestic cricket, even as India, where you only get to play one league, than you do T20 international cricket.
Yeah. Chawla again to Pollard. It is the googly once more, and he's forward, trying to cover that spin. Just dobs into the leg side of an inside edge, and they're through for a single this time. So Chawla will not be disappointed to have Big Kyron up at the end from which he is bowling, and he'll be bowling now to Krunal Pandya. The brothers will not bat together today. Left-hander, Krunal.
and on the all-time IPL list, they're 13 and 14, the two-man batting out there now, right now with 146 strike rate for both of them.
This is eased through the covers by Krunal. Good tactic, I think, for his team to get Kyron back on strike, and that's exactly what he's done, taking a single there. 2 balls left in this, the 16th over. The score for Mumbai Indians is 134 for 5. So games in the balance. If we have anything like 50% as exciting as last time these two teams met, we'll have had a good day. This is a little bit of a leading edge from Pollard back in his crease, looking to play it straight, but it ends up at extra cover. Extra cover, and there's no run this time. Just seeing another replay of the second of the 2 good catches that Duplessis
I
took
think
on
the
boundary.
reason for that is Hardik hit that so hard that Faf du Plessis was worried he was going to stagger back onto the rope.
Yeah, flatter ball outside the off stump of Pollard, and he cuts it back with a point. They're going to race back for a couple here. I'm not sure Pollard really does racing. I'd be terrified if I were MS Dhoni taking the ball from the outfield and hearing the thundering hooves of Kyron Pollard coming at me.
Yeah,
Did a great spell of bowling by Piyush Chawla.
Yeah, it's tremendous.
Yep.
Yeah, I really love watching him bowl.
Figures mildly
that
ruined
is-
at the end, but still 4 overs, 1 for 21.
Yeah, despite that effortless straight 6 from Pollard in that over. So who are we going to see? I think Chahal's got 1 left, hasn't he? Who else?
Yes,
They've just taken a time out now. Yeah.
Yes, so we'll have it. Yes, so Chahar's got 1 left. So Sam Curran, Ungidi's got 2 left. And Jadeja and Chawla have bowled out. Jadeja finishes with 4 overs, 2 for 42. 2 potentially big wickets. Certainly the wicket of Hardik Pandya, very big. I would be surprised if it's not Ngidi now, then Chahar, then Ngidi, then Curran.
They're just going with the 5 bowlers yet. They haven't gone with the 6th, have they?
No, you wouldn't bring on Kedar Jadhav at this point.
I know. You reminded me of one of my favourite sayings of yours, which is right arm underground.
Yeah.
He bowled.
Yeah.
It's the most filthy of actions.
I think he's been a little bit worked out, to be honest.
I don't think. I think Kedar Jadhav missed that period when bowling went from round arm to over arm.
Yeah, he's stuck in the sort of mid 19th century or something.
Yeah, very good. Farong says definitely a roller coaster ride this innings, but this is the nature of T20. Chennai would still be in the box seat. Runs on the board. Josie Oak says afternoon. Did somebody mention curmudgeons? Bar humbug. Farong says. That I don't think Sam Curran has needed to purchase a razor blade ever. Has bowled well though. We'll give them that. We'll give him that. Utkarsh says Jadeja and Duplessis have the strongest triceps in world cricket, which is quite hard to argue with. Faf du Plessis has to exert serious effort to keep his top on in photographs. He's got a fine body. Linux Leah says Saurabh Tiwari looks like the worst kind of batter there is, the Twato, which is extremely harsh on Shane Watson. A bit out of shape, and the beer belly starts to show. Not really a fat biffer like Shehzad. And controversially, he says Kunal is the better Pandya.
Well, he's definitely got the talent, isn't he? He's a very elegant batsman. Similarly built to his brother. If anything, a little bit more willowy, even. They're both quite willowy chaps. I wonder, you boys were talking about Shane Watson and whether he bowls at all these days. I mean, he wouldn't be a bad option. I'd be worried about bringing Ngidi back for
Exactly.
complete.
I was just going to say that. I mean, I'm not sure it's a good idea to bring Ngidi back the way he's been bowling in this innings.
But asking someone to bowl, it does happen, and it's the kind of thing Dhoni would do to bring on Watson.
Yeah,
now.
1 over. So I'm trying for 1 over.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he bowls very much these days. Ngidi does have a good variety of slower balls, which he's introduced. We saw him bowl very well with those slower balls. Remember the first game of the World Cup?
Well, we shall find out as he is in now to bowl to Krunal. The first ball is down the leg side, and he's got him strangled, I think, down the leg side. Yep, he's walking off. Well, he's got lucky there, and Ngidi, for all of our slagging of him, he's bowled a ball down the arse of Krunal Pandya. Krunal has obliged. Looking to flick it down to long leg and only succeeding getting a little feather through to Dhoni, and that is the end of him.
Decent catch. And let's get the jingle in.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Are you down for Lungi and Edie?
Yeah, at least...
To be fair, that was a difficult delivery for Kunal Pandya. I mean, the ball coming in to him from outside the leg stump and kissed his glove essentially.
Sometimes you see those
strangles. It was the bounce that did him.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, sometimes you see those strangles and it's a bad done to face. This was offline from Ngidi, but it was onto him a little bit too quickly. Smart catch from MS Dhoni, diving to his right. That brings to the crease somebody making their IPL debut. This man is the replacement for Lasith Malinga, who's, we understand, with his ill father in Sri Lanka and won't be playing this season. It's unlikely he'll have as much of an impact with the ball as Malinga. I'll jingle him after this ball.
To be bowled by Lungi Ngidi, and this is straight. It's just on the top of off stump, and Pattinson cuts it down to third man and gets off the mark straight away with a single.
Changeley Pattinson, he's on the mend. After back treatment that seemed without end.
Really, a lot rests on Kieron Pollard here to get Mumbai up to a good score.
Oh yeah.
I think he finds himself in that situation far more often than he would like.
To be fair, I don't think he's that bothered about it per se. He seems to quite enjoy taking the responsibility.
As long as the ball's there to be hit, that's all he needs.
Well, he's on strike now, and he gets a full delivery from Ngidi, which he flicks away through square leg. I'm just going to get a single there, I think. Nicely timed. It was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, he looks like he's just continuing off from the Caribbean.
Well, when you're in Nick, and you've got to make hay. Looking resplendent there, the Mumbai boys in their deep blue uniforms with the gold lame, which I'm a particular fan of, which has been an integral part of their kit since the word go, I think. But it really says, we're that team. We're the gold lame team.
Yeah, we're the sort of particularly fancy kings.
Pulled by James Patterson and a short ball from Ngidi, fielded there on the boundary at mid-wicket, and there's just one run. They'll be pretty happy with this, CSK, at the moment. Singles they can tolerate. Boundaries they will not want to give away. But Pollard will be trying to change all that. We're seeing a replay of that catch. It was a smart catch from the now, the soon-to-be retired MS Dhoni, diving away to his right. But I think Ngidi's face told a story there. If you look at it, he just had a little glow with his cheek saying, yeah, I've got away with one there. I've got a lucky one. In he comes, looking very muscular. And this is just short of a length and has Pollard up on his toes, playing it into the leg side. They come through for a sharp single. Claps his partner Pattinson for the call, which I'm assuming he gave him. But again, it's just one more to the total. The score is 140 for 6 with one ball left of the 17th over. And the acceleration, if it's going to come, is going to come late.
19 balls.
Kieron Pollard's strike rate at the death is mighty impressive. Of course, Kieron Pollard doesn't need that many deliveries to cause absolute carnage.
Well, you've got a of 19 remain strike at the moment. Final ball of this over, probably a free hit for him in most senses. Pollard would have said to him, have a swing at this, don't worry about it. Exactly that, but he didn't make contact. It's through to Dhoni. That was a dot ball. It remains 146 after 17. What we've got on socials?
Yeah, Diana Patterson is with us, says 2 points. Thanks for covering the first IPL game, as it makes it all the more followable for an outsider like me. And says that Anindya is one of the great additions to guerrilla cricket. Long may he reign, which is very nice.
Thank you so much.
Jane Francis
King and Ninja.
Jane Francis sends a shirtless pic of Faf du Plessis, which we've of course retweeted. Madan Mohan Sharma says Mumbai Indians are not at their best.
Any excuse.
They're looking quite rusty. It is understandable. There was a very long gap due to COVID-19. Quite right. Lots of people with us on Crick Tracker. A couple of people going for your favourites, KKR, your hometown boys, and in the Pintu Malik and Abhijit Das pinning their colours to the purple mast.
Well, you have to give them a shot at it. I think they stand a good chance.
Yeah, I would not be at all surprised if they win. But as I said at the top of the show, I think it's between, picking favourites in the IPL is always a bit risky. But I think KKR and Mumbai look the strongest teams this year. We have a change of bowling, and this man, who's started his CSK career pretty nicely with 1 for 18 off his 3, comes back into the attack.
Is he a better
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing features?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And his beloved Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
No width, he'll be thinking, and that's why he's coming round the wicket and bowling it into the pads of Curran. Only going to get a single, tucking it through square leg. A good start from Curran there.
I'm convinced they moved the. I'm sorry. I'm convinced they moved the IPL to the UAE because having Curran bowl in India would have flaunted the child labour rule.
He is. I've told most of the guys in India, but a couple of years ago, my two kids met a few England players. It was an ETB initiative thing. They got to meet them. My little one actually did some flossing, dancing in front of Chris Wokes and Sammy Curran and Joss Butler, which is great. Anyway, a few days later, they were at Lords on a day where it was out. I've got a photo of Sam Curran, kind of in between my two boys, who at the time were like 8 and 6 or something, and he looked like the middle brother. This is Pattinson going back in his crease and slapping this ball, a full one from Curran, back over his head, fast and flat, and it rolls into the defence for a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
James Pattinson has some talent with the bat. He's you know, a sort of number 8 or 9 in a Test or One Day International 11, and that was nicely biffed.
What's his status with the Australian national team at the moment? We obviously didn't see him on the recent tour. Is he still in the Test side when it to go ahead, or
yes, I think I would
think around it? He stays over the wicket to the left-hander, does Curran, and it's flicked very pleasingly by Pattinson to deep back square, and they come through for another one. So he's done his job this over. He's got Pollard back on strike with 3 balls to see what he can do, and the score on 146 for 6. Each of 6 wickets were caught by.
Right. He's given the possibility to the Mumbai Indians to get 18 runs in the next 3 balls. Let's put it this way.
Yeah. There you go. That's the potential I've handed to you, Kyron. What can you do? What percentage of those 18 can we expect from you? Let's see. He's back over the wicket, and it's a slower delivery, and he's not quite got it right. It was a full toss, in high, and easily turned around the corner to deep backward square for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Hard enough to keep Karen Pollard quiet without bowling him a shin-high full toss outside leg stump.
Yeah, I don't really know why he came back over the wicket, actually. He started this over around the wicket, to try and cramp Pollard for room, I suspect, and for some reason he decided to come over. We're seeing a great range of expressions from the little Chucky doll-faced Sammy Curran.
Well, that can be a line of attack where you bowl it very full to tuck him up on his pads, but you have to get it absolutely perfect.
Yeah, he does come back round the wicket, and they start tucking up for room, defending it back up the track is all he can do. Curran aims a shy stumps, thinking he had a chance for a run out there. Probably didn't. He's still doing the childlike grimace, like someone's denied him his favourite sweets.
If I was Curran's size, I wouldn't be throwing the ball at Pollard.
But he can run faster than Curran.
Yeah,
he'd have to.
Yeah, don't get within arm length. That's for certain. 150 for 6 now. He comes wide the crease and round the wicket. He's a massively stupid deal for LEW. He came really wide of the crease, and it hit him pretty much outside leg stump anyway. Definitely missing probably another stump set. But they do come through for a leg bye, so he'll feel that he's got away with it partially.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Pollard is now back on strike for the start of the 19th.
We just
I don't know why he's shaking his head though. I would be very happy to have conceded 5 runs in the last 3 balls to Pollard.
Uber competitor, isn't he? He just he's one of life's great competitors, and we see that every time in an England shirt he does something. That old cliche, does make something happen, whether it's a poor ball. Great.
That's probably the reason why he's there.
Yeah, I think I think we will see him with the bat, batting up the order at various points. CSK one to watch in this, not playing in this game because he's quarantining, but Ruturaj Gaikwad, who has been India A's probably best limited overs batter over the last few years and had a brilliant season, was the second highest run scorer in the domestic state T20 tournament. Will likely bat 3, and he's quite aggressive. Oh, hello.
And he starts a new over and gets the wicket of Pollard. The prize scalp as he looks to launch it back over his head. All he can do is feather it through to the keeper. A little bit of a wide movement. Let's give a bit of credit to the bowler there, having striked him earlier on. And he's definitely earned that one rather than the one he got previously. And it now looks like Mumbai Indians are going to be hosting. It's going to look a bit of a subpar score.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah, 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 nah.
Yeah, despite that beautiful six back over the head of Piyush Chawla, Karan Pala goes for 18 off 14 with only 1 4 and 1 6, which has to count as a win for CSK. Absolutely, very nicely bowled actually by Ngidi. Just sort of banged in back of a length, similar kind of lengths to what we saw Wood and Archer and Wokes bowl for England in the series against Australia just finished, and that they had success with on a slower pitch.
Well, Ngidi just shut the two of us up, Grubby.
Yeah. Well, what do I know? Hush by mouth. I've also backed Chahar to be the best bowler for CSK, so double whammy for me. Rahul Chahar it is who's come in, who I believe is the cousin of Deepak, and this is turned into the leg side by Rahul, and he gets it.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, double first cousins, in fact, as somebody rightly informs us, and I'll give Rahul Chahar a jingle.
What does that mean?
Maybe you have
First cousins in 2 ways, I think.
perfect ball, winning the vital game, but when you wake up, you're Rahul Chahar.
I wouldn't worry about it if I were you, Grubby. I mean, I'm Indian and I have absolutely no idea how all this works. It's just incomprehensible, completely.
Dhoni doing that Dhoni thing when he took that catch, the not a flicker of emotion face, which he does so well. Pattinson's back on strike. He's done pretty well. He's got 7 off 5, but the total looks below par at the moment. He's back in his crease and pulling this one through mid-wicket. Oh, they're going to get a bonus 4 here. A terrible attempt at fielding there. Who is that out there?
Deepak Chahar.
It's Deepak who's right on Rick there. It's right through his legs. But he's looked all right, Pattinson, with the bat in hand. He'll be hoping to help it to victory more with the ball later on, but he's definitely playing a part here. He's the ball okay. He's got bat on ball. On that occasion, he's earned a little bit of luck. He was probably going to get 2. But Chahar, I think, was in danger of looking up back where he was about to throw it, and the ball went through his hands, through his legs, and to the boundary. The merest hint of a shake of the head from Captain Dhoni there, and you've made him cross if he's doing that.
Yeah.
Ngidi once more, Pattinson almost swings himself off his feet, looking to walk this over the leg side, gets nothing on it, it's through to keeper. There is no runs. 156 for 7, and there are 8 deliveries left in this Mumbai Indians innings.
Yeah, this is where
Chahar also thinking about the over that he's got to bowl next as well.
Yeah.
This is where Ngidi
good bowling from Ngidi, though.
Yeah, this is where Ngidi was so good for Mumbai in 2018. Very good at the top of the order, but very good at the death. Usually in combination with DJ Bravo, who probably isn't quite fit and so isn't playing this game.
Ngidi, another ish ball. Pattinson's got underneath it. Is there someone on this? It is. Is it going to be Plessis again, taking his third catch of the? Yeah, I think it is. Good catches for Plasti Plessis, the South African captain, and Ngidi once again sticks it right up my nose. Having slagged him off earlier on, I've got to eat humble pie. He's now got decent figures of 3 for 38 and 1 ball left in his 4 over spell.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Yeah, just a bit too short and a bit too quick for James Pattinson, and he tried to slug it down the ground in the toe end. This time Du Plessis taking it well in off the rope and not having to do any fancy footwork.
And a big smile on Ngidi's face. And which you should have.
I think, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think even he would admit that he wasn't quite at it his first couple of overs, and I think we called it correctly when we very impartially and with no agenda at all that he'd not bowled particularly well. But since then he's come back very well. He did get a bit lucky with that first delivery, the first wicket that he got down the leg side, but all credit to him. Changed quickly in the T20. Chahar is back on strike. Rahul, that is
lovely ball
in the block bowl. A slower delivery from Giggs. He's finished his spell. He's come back really well. What did he go for? 29 off his first two. He's gone for just 9 runs in his next 2 and taken 3 wickets. That is really good comeback from the South African. Well played.
Yeah, very good indeed. A few people with us on Twitter. Cotton Rosenthal says, this is a bit harsh. Talking of Mumbai's kit, I'm intrigued to see that they're sponsored by Astral Pipes, who I think I may have seen at Glastonbury in 1995. And Memory Event says, this is a bit harsh. It is my understanding that the Mumbai Indians kit is made from the curtains of various Lancastrian working men's clubs from the 1970s. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, soon to be retired MSD. Grubby, was that a Freudian slip, or did we miss an announcement? I think you're just casting ahead. Wow. He is almost 40, but he's he could go on a little bit longer in the IPL. Of course, he is retired from international cricket as he dropped that bombshell during the England West Indies series. Katie Cooper and Kaza Cairns both showing some love for the top of the picture of Faf, saying heavens, and adds 2 favourites because he's got a nice watch. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, a bit harshly, this Mumbai middle order does look a little bit susceptible. I'm not sure that's fair with Pollard and the Pandya brothers. It's still early doors, but one feels like the likes of Patterson will be seen more after the 16th over this season, and Messi Jez tells us of shenanigans going on in the Tour de France.
Comes into bowling last over his first delivery, Bolt's first delivery, cannons into his leg stump. He's gone for a goldie, and Deepak Chahar gets his second wicket of the innings.
3 jingles.
Then he waddled away, waddle.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout, how does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Deepak Chahar, Fleming loved the sky. Deepak Chahar, he bowled a few sky high. Did they come down? He somehow bowled his way to success.
Never one to leave a swing in the locker when a swing is possible. Trent Bolt.
He did it the old-fashioned way. Closed his eyes, swung the bat, and had no idea where the ball was.
It's a hat-trick ball as well. He must have got with last ball of his previous over.
Yes, he did.
So we've seen the first golden duck of this year's IPL. No doubt it will not be the last. Are we about to see the first hat-trick?
Yes, it was off the.
It
was Surya Kumar Yadav off the last ball of the 11th over.
It's Bumrah who's on strike. He survives, flicking it through square leg for 1, I'm guessing. So he's off the mark straight away. Rahul Chahar is back on strike. Bumrah having a good old laugh. It's always good when the rabbits get in, isn't it? Yeah. If they survive or they get a run, there's always a bit of a guilt to be had.
We'll see this man with the ball, an absolute genius.
And now they're Monty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
That, I believe, is the jingle that I requested, so thank you, whoever did it. Short and slower delivery, slow ball bouncer, I believe they call it, from Chahar, and it totally bamboozles Chahar at the other end, his cousin, double cousin, whatever that is. And there is no run as it's misfielded by Dhoni behind the sticks. But yeah, I do think that that Deepak is he's just been absolutely superb the last couple of years, and I can't think of a better bowler in this form of the game really at the moment. I think he's suffering from a bit of cramp as well. Seems to be reaching down to his calf in a bit of discomfort.
But which is why Dhoni got him into the Indian team as well.
Yeah, well, he definitely deserves his place in the international setup. A shorter delivery, which his cousin is able to pull rather aerially with very little timing through the leg side, but they are able to come through for 1. So that score just wheezing up to 158 for 9. 180 is not going to happen now.
And the thing about
at one point the bare minimum.
Deepak Chahar used to be a pure power play specialist, but he's added bowling in the middle and the depth to his repertoire in the last season or so, and playing in India's T20 team. He's a very clever bowler.
This is lofted by Bumrah. Is it going to go all the way, or is there going to be someone underneath it? It's going to land in space as two fielders converge upon it, and he is going to come through for a couple, I think. So the score rocks onto 169.
But Deepak Chahar's international T20 record is quite unbelievable. He's played 7 matches for India. He's taken 14 wickets with a bowling average of 10. And a best figures of 6 for 7.
Yes, he's the...
6 for 7. It's a world record, isn't it? I think it still is.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Including a hat-trick against Bangladesh, I think. The final ball of the innings. This is levered by Rahul Chahar. Sorry, by Bumrah through the onside. They're going to come back for 2 as it's fielded out there in the deep. But nevertheless, a very satisfactory end to that innings if you are a CSK fan. They've restricted Mumbai Indians to 162 for 9 when 180 looked on the cards, 190 looked definite possibility, and 200 was even within range. But 162 is what they're going to have to settle for. CSK won't have a better opportunity of breaking this sequence. I think it's the last 5 that they've lost to their rivals from Mumbai, including obviously that thrilling final last year, when a lower total was posted, by the way. But they will fancy their chances, I think, given how that innings went. Well, how do we see the game, chaps?
Well, this is a below par score for sure. I know CSK doesn't have the kind of batting that Mumbai Indians do, but 163 should be very gettable. They've got the experience on their side. Mumbai's got some great bowling in there. I mean, you start with Bumrah, you can't go wrong as a bowling outfit. But 163 is very gettable, I think, for this side.
Having seen that innings, Aninja, do you think it's going to be the seam bowlers or the spinners who are going to be most important for Mumbai?
Well, I think the seam bowling is going to have a big role to play here. I really think Bumrah's got a very, very big role to play here, and he might well be the difference between the two teams. You've also I don't know how Pattinson's going to bowl. It's his first time here. You've got a lot of experience with Hardik, but the bowling from Mumbai Indians is certainly weaker than CSK's. This bowling outfit. Trent Bolt and Jasprit Bumrah are a handful, but again, I just think they don't necessarily have the bowling to defend the 162 that they've just put up.
Yeah, I would agree. Maybe not quite the depth that the opposition can draw on. I'm looking forward to seeing Rahul Chahar bowl, leg spinner. Yeah. Krunal Pandya will no doubt get a couple of overs. I wonder whether we'll probably see Hardik as well. Wonder whether we'll see anything from Kyran. Does he bowl much these days? You going to get 1 or 2?
He does.
7th bowler.
Yeah, right. Okay. So they've got options there.
Yeah,
I suppose it's fair to say. But Bolt and Bumrah doesn't get that much better, I don't think. In terms of it's like a fantasy World 11 opening attack. That.
Not convinced by Bolt. I think he's a bit like Ngidi. You can line him up. In any case, you guys should be reaching for your wallets because Mumbai are favourites. CSK are odds against on the markets.
Are they?
They're evidently rating that score a bit better than we are. And again, it's slightly because it fell away and they were looking at so many more that it's disappointing. But they did have a very good start. Tiwari batted well. 160 might be a bit more challenging. As you say, especially if Chahar can get going, if Bumrah can take a wicket or 2 up at the top, and CSK are missing probably their best batsman in Raina.
Where are they odds against? I've only got 10 to 11 the pair on my book.
Well, on the exchanges, Chennai are 2.1, Mumbai 186.
Well, I'm going to have some of that, Andy. Thanks.
Good. I'm glad to see you backing your judgments.
Yeah, it's very rare that I don't, which is why, Anyway.
Always gamble responsibly.
Of course, yeah. Well, I think we're gonna have a bit of a chat through the innings break, aren't we, everyone. Andy, I've not seen you for a little while. It's obviously been. I don't know
Not
if
much
you.
different from me.
No, it's the same. What have been your observations on the cricket that we've seen in England over the past?
I haven't seen, in true commentator style, I haven't seen a lot of it. I don't have Sky, I haven't really been watching it. But I did come in and do some of the the 2 Australia series and the end of the Pakistan T20 series, which was very competitive cricket, which was a lot of back and forward. It was evenly matched, it was exciting.
Yep.
Those are all good things.
And you're primarily a white ball guy when it comes to watching the game.
Yeah,
aren't
I
you?
would say so. Yeah, yeah. Yes.
And
I'm not
have
going
you
to
been
justify it. I just am.
No. I wasn't asking you to. It's just.
Most people do.
And have you been? Did you get any games at all over the summer?
Yes, we did. We did get a few.
Yeah.
We did get a few friendlies in. I was out buying some gear this morning, which is always very exciting. Buying some gear in the sales.
Sounds like an interesting story.
No, cricket gear.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah.
So I went to see the nice people at Cricket Direct in St Albans.
Right.
Sorted me out some pads and some gloves.
Yeah.
Always exciting. You've got to play the long game. Buy your gear in September. Always the cheapest.
Very good. Are you one of these sort of perverts who sniffs it when you get it home or in the shop?
I knew I should have taped my camera over.
The smell of new gear is a lovely thing, isn't it?
Well, the gloves had a bit of that new car smell. You know what I mean?
Lovely. Oh, marvellous. And how have you been going? I like to consider you to be an all-rounder as a player. Would that be fair?
Probably not. No, I did bowl a few overs in extremis. I did
Right.
that thing where I was captain, and I generally opened the batting, but I dropped myself down to give other people a chance, which worked about as well as it usually does. And so at times I came into bowl just to give myself something to do.
So in fact, your attempt at being selfless actually worked against the team. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it certainly worked against me. But they were only friendlies, and everybody got a game, and everybody got involved, which was the main thing.
But you lost.
We didn't lose all the games. We won
No.
two.
All right. And so have you been? Because I know you play for Hertfordshire as well. Have you done any of that?
Well, that's all I've been doing.
That's it. Oh, it's just that one.
I played one weekend game. I wasn't that excited about playing weekends. I felt as captain I was kind of committed to playing and organising these 50s games. The weekends were optional. Certainly in July, I still felt it was rushed back a little bit quickly, and people weren't. It got better as the season went on, but people weren't necessarily at times distancing the way they should have done. I thought it's a difficult situation. You don't want to start playing policeman and telling everyone what to do. But in the end, I thought for the weekend friendlies, I just left it, to be honest.
Were there some heightened moments of emotion during games where, how can I put this, the social distancing rules failed to be observed through someone taking a wicket or something?
Maybe on occasion. Actually, the worst times was rain breaks and things like that, when everyone would just gather together inside, which was completely not what you were supposed to do.
In a tiny little hut, presumably.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Or come and gather under my umbrella. Yeah. Not ideal.
But generally not too bad. I can live with it, and I think I'm going to have to live with it again. October, November. I think we all are.
Yeah, it's worrying times, but like a good alcoholic, it's one day at a time, isn't it? I think. Now, enough of that. Onto the serious stuff. I don't know whether you've been keeping up with some of the memes and games that we've been doing on Twitter recently.
No, I've also.
Sorry, before Grubby, before you get to that, I'm going to take leave of you guys. And
fair enough. You've done a long old stint there on Engine, so you probably deserve. Yeah, no problem.
I'll see you guys back on Wednesday, I think, for the KKR game.
Yeah. Oh, great. Okay, sorry, I didn't realise you weren't here for the second innings. All right, well, it's been a joy in your company as ever. Thank you for your
likewise
insightful views and your childlike enthusiasm.
Yep,
we'll see you again soon. All right, take care.
Thank you. See you.
Yeah,
I've also had a break off Twitter. Strong recommend.
Yeah, I know. We know that it's
It's bad.
So it's like if you go on
Sugar
there,
rots the teeth.
if you go on there daily, just to remind yourself of how awful it is, then you you can only suffer those consequences, can't you? Nevertheless, when we were doing a podcast recently, and we were reminiscing about when we had when we had Sam North East in the studio.
Yep.
And we thought it would be a great idea to do if he did a sort of biography of Marcus North, then you could call it North by Northeast. You know, much merriment and mirth. And I'd said to not Fred, our mutual friend, that it deserved its own Twitter game. He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Watch." I said, "Hold my beer, watch this." And it was so it's basically two cricketers' popular culture titles. So I opened the batting with Farwad from the Maddy crowd, the cook Asif, his wife and her lover, and indeed North by Northeast, and then saw what everyone made of it. And it got surprisingly large amount of play. Yeah. So what did we have? We had things like the Lion, the Welch, and the Wardrobe.
But that's only one. Oh, Lion, Nathan.
Lion
okay.
spelt like that.
Okay,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You see, I'm the person who starts jumping on people for the rules in these things.
You are, I know,
and
and
doesn't count.
You have right on your side. I got a private message from Fred saying I can't work out how to get Hollyoak in there. I said I've sold it for you, and all I did was put Hollyoaks, but spelt like yeah. Anyway, so that's you can find that on Twitter. Kawaja Warner make those eyes at me for was one that I was particularly proud of. Now you mentioned the jingle when we were on the first innings, the Master and Servant one for Lungi and Geedy. Do you have any other? Do you have a sort of top three of our jingles? I know our listeners have quite strong views on this.
Well, most of mine would go back into the mists of time. I loved the old. I can't remember it was a Pajara or a Rayner jingle, but it mentioned both of them, and it was the Grace Jones pull up to the bumper.
I think it was a Pajara one.
Pajara Rayner bumper no brainer.
He can play the short ball, baby, not like Suresh Raina. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. It was Pajara, not like Suresh Raina. That's probably right up there.
Yeah.
There was the one. It was about the David Warner and Joe Root thing. I do declare
to the tune of the Boxer by Simon and Garfunkel.
That's the one. That's the one I was struggling for. Yes, thank you.
Well, we do have some old favourites in playing in this game, particularly with the experience of the Chennai Super Kings, who will have to chase down 163 to, I wouldn't say avenge the final, because the first game of the season doesn't avenge a defeat in the final, but to snap a run of 5 defeats in a row to the Mumbai Indians, all 4 games last year, and Chennai Super Kings, it seems, are unbeatable in the IPL except by the Mumbai Indians. Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of the first game of IPL 2020. At long last, it's here. And Chennai Super Kings put Mumbai into bat and restricted them very well. The last 11 overs were 79 for 7 for the Chennai Super Kings, which for the Mumbai Indians rather, which with the power in the Mumbai batting order represents a real victory for the Chennai Super Kings. CSK obviously looking for a new way of batting without Suresh Raina. As I've said a few times, Ruturaj Gaikwad, who has been in superb form for India A, and in the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, which is the state-level domestic tournament, he was the second highest run scorer in that tournament.
Behind Padikkal, is that right?
Behind Devdutt Padikkal, who will likely be opening for the Royal Challengers Bangalore, who we'll see in a few days alongside Aaron Finch, which RCB actually having openers will be a change for the last over the last few years. But Ruturaj Gaikwad is in quarantine, and so they don't have his services. So Murali Vijay has been called back in to open alongside Shane Watson, who has graced the last 2 IPL finals, particularly in 2018, where he brutalised the Sunrisers Hyderabad. And we'll jingle up those two now. Murali Vijay was a superstar for in the IPL for a little while. He's beautiful to watch through the offside. Beautiful to watch through the offside. Very powerful down the ground, but has been slowing down somewhat in recent years. And as I said, this man has still got it. It seems.
He looks like he's crying all the time. He does do his
Another classic.
homework. Shane Watson. He does do his homework. Scores quite a few. 80 all the time, but does get 100. Then he gets out. 80 all the time, but does get 100. LBW. Shane Watson.
Jingles circa 2013. Shane Watson now retired from all cricket in Australia, so just playing the IPL. Looks like it'll be Murali Vijay taking first strike, and it's this left-arm New Zealander who'll be bowling at him.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make about Ruturaj Gaikwad is that he's been identified as the replacement at number 3 for Suresh Raina because of his ability to score very quickly throughout the innings, but he's not available, so it's a much more sedate top 4, or theoretically so at least, with or at least a slow starting one with Watson, Vijay, Faf du Plessis and Ambati Raidu. It's Murali Vijay facing up to Trent Bolt. First ball of the chase, CSK chasing 163. A little bit of swing into the right-handed Murali Vijay, who pushes a single and up to mid-on and comes through for it very comfortably. CSK underway.
Did you get your bet on, Paul?
I did, thank you. And as ever with these things, the price drifted even further. Yeah,
that's what I was going to say. Yes.
Yeah, I was quick on the draw there.
Too quick.
Got a rotten price. But that's.
You never know which way it's going to go.
No, and to be fair, I can only get. I can get 11 to 10 against now on the other bookies. So there we are.
Shane Watson.
No harm done.
Shane Watson about to face up to Trent Bolt, who'll surely look to swing the ball back into Shane Watson's famous front pad.
Well, you talked about, it's funny, he also scored 80 in losing cause in a low-scoring final last year.
He did indeed.
I've got a question about that, Andy, which I'll ask you in a moment.
Lots of questions
appear
about
to be
that game.
3 men outside the circle, which I'm sure is not allowed in the power play. I'm sure it's only 2. This is full outside off stump, and it's a little bit of swing from Trent Bolt back into the right-handed Watson, who drives back to the bowler, and there is no run.
I imagine that was just a mistake on the graphic.
Oh, one would hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I research thoroughly every time I come on to Guerrilla Cricket, and I was reminding myself of that famous game last year after this.
Bolt goes a little wider on the crease, back of a length, and Watson blocks into the offside corner. Pandya in very quickly from point to field, and then does a full kind of round the bend and a 200 metres sprint back to his position. There is no run.
So they're only chasing 140 odd, weren't they, in that chase? And Watson scored 80. Now 80 off 59 doesn't sound like. But I just in brackets I just put Doning the chase? Question mark.
I don't think so. I think the question mark's about his teammates.
This is wideish off stump and cut by Watson, cut hard but well fielded by Rahul Chahar. I think that is at wideish. No, Surya Kumar Yadav, who looks very, very youthful indeed, despite being in his mid-20s. Good springing stop as Watson powered that into the turf. There is no run. Very different start that CSK made to the one that Mumbai Indians made, who set off in their power play like they were fired out of a rocket. Bolt in, 5th ball of the over. Foolish outside off stump, and Watson loves to drive through the line, and he powers that over the infield. 4 runs to the cover boundary for Shane Watson.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
So powerful on the drive down the ground and through the covers, and on the pull shot. He may be retired from Australian cricket and domestic cricket and state cricket and the Big Bash, but he's still a force to be reckoned with.
Seems an odd choice to retire from the Big Bash. I'm sure he could still do a job.
I'm sure he could. Picking and choosing, full swinging into the pad, and I think that's missing leg. The umpire is. Oh no, it's been given. It's been given. Will we have a famous Watto review? We didn't have one last season in the full first season of IPL with DRS. Watson's asking Murali Vijay, and shock horror, Shane Watson has not reviewed an LBW. That was full and swinging. I thought it might have been swinging down leg, but it was a late decision to give it by Virendra Sharma, and that in-swinger from Trent Bolt has done the business to Shane Watson as we thought it might. Crashing into the middle leg.
Right in front of the middle. Yeah.
I was going to say, how funny would it be if it were missing though?
It crashed into the back.
It was not missing.
Sorry,
it was a slow decision. That's what fooled me. I thought that must be out.
Same. Sorry, same here.
Buckner-esque.
Well, I think the camera just didn't pick out Virendra Sharma, the umpire, for a little while. It crashed into the back pad and hit him in front of the middle and leg. Even Shane Watson isn't going to review that. He's gone for 4 off 5. Good start for Mumbai Indians. After the first over, CSK are 5 for 1, chasing this target of 163. I'm sure Shane Watson not reviewing an LBW has broken the hearts of our listenership. Let's hear from them now.
I should think so, but you did call it, Knackle. It was the perfect storm. He plonked that pad down, and the in-swinger beat the inside of edge, and there was only going to be one result.
Trent Bolt probably won't be bowling much at the death, but is a pretty decent new ball operator when the ball's still swinging. Interesting to see who bowls the next over. Krunal Pandya often bowls in the power play. Bumrah, I think, will have to do a lot of work at the death this season, particularly with no Malinga, so I'd be surprised if they use him much early on.
Pattinson then, probably.
Pattinson possibly, who I think will probably bowl a lot in the middle overs as well, doing the job that was done by Mitch McClenaghan for so long. It's hard. Pandya, I think. It is the big Australian James Pattinson, who gets the ball to move in off the seam and beats Murali Vijay on the inside edge through to who's keeping? Quinton de Kock, what am I talking about? And there is no run off the bowling of this big burly Australian.
James Lee Pattinson, he's on the mend. After back treatment that seemed without end.
Back and firing fit, fires this though down the leg side, and it'll be a wide signalled by umpire Gaffney.
I've seen you once more unimpaired.
Wow.
That Watson LBW was crashing into middle and leg stump halfway up, not that it stopped him before.
Well, talking of big burly Aussies, CSK, of course, have Josh Hazlewood in their ranks.
They do indeed. He bowled magnificently for Australia in that one-day international series. This is back of a length from Pattinson and hurries Vijay, who tries to drive through the offside, off the back foot, inside edge to mid-wicket. There is no run. Grubber, you were asking about Pattinson's role in the Australian team. He's not a white ball regular. He doesn't get into the white ball squads, but is in that test bowling group. Bowled very well in the recent Ashes series. Will probably tend to bowl more away from home for Australia, because at home they like to go with Stark, Hazlewood and Cummins, but Pattinson played a lot in place of Mitchell Stark during the Ashes. Does move the ball off the seam and in the air. This is outside off stump and punched by Murali Vijay up to mid-on. There is no run. So as predicted, really a sluggish start for CSK.
And they've gone out to 2-1 on the exchange, so the market's liking Mumbai at this point.
Yeah,
I've gone in again at 7-4.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep.
Yeah,
I don't really think materially their chance is any worse now. I mean, obviously they lost a wicket, so it is, but
you don't think it's that much worse?
No. Pattinson in. That's going to be an LBW as well. Surely no. Maybe an inside edge. It looked very full and very straight. Might have been a cutter from Pattinson because it moved into the right-hander. Rohit is asking whether there was an edge. He's asking his bowler. He's making that I'm not sure face, and I think they're just going to let the timer run down. Rohit Sharma is a pretty calm and phlegmatic character. Must have been an inside edge. But nevertheless, there is no run. A good over from James Pattinson thus far, just the wide in the first 4 legitimate deliveries. Seeing the replay of this, I don't know. It's hard to see whether there was an inside edge.
Reviewing that.
hard to see whether there's an inside edge from that angle. The camera angle gave it to us from sort of extra cover, really, so it's not immediately obvious. Hit him on the back leg quite high. I'd love to see a full replay of that. That one comes in off the seam as well, and Vijay forces off the back foot again up to mid-on. There is no run. CSK not able to get going at all here.
Patterson
Have you seen
hitting the pitch hard and certainly doing very well in his first over.
Have you seen an excellent documentary? I think it's on Sky One called something like Meth City. It's all about meth use, obviously, in the States and these various caravan parks where people live and do. It's very depressing stuff. But in slow motion with his tattoos and the gold lame, he looked like a character from that.
There's an imposing figure, James Pattinson, yet to concede a run off the bat. That's surely out. That's very full, very straight, very similar to Watson, really, except it didn't swing as much. And it struck Murali Vijay on the back pad in front of middle stump. Faf du Plessis is calling Murali Vijay back. No, I think Vijay just said, what do you think, Faf? Faf said, don't bother reviewing. That is out. What a start for the Chennai Super Kings. Both openers gone, LBW, Pattinson and Bolt both starting their Mumbai Indians careers with wickets, and after 2 overs, CSK are 6 for 2.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Murali Vijay didn't play much last year for CSK, and his return to the team is not a happy one. It was a little bit more leg-sidey. In fact, I got that wrong. It hit him on the front pad, but I think that's taking a decent chunk of leg stump. Not an innings that Murali Vijay will look back fondly on. 1 off 7.
No, and getting into the middle order obviously a lot quicker than CSK would want. They got Rayudu, Jadhav, Dhoni penciled in 4, 5, 6. I wonder if Dhoni's going to start scrambling down the order a bit further. He is sometimes want to.
I would be quite tempted to back Dhoni higher up the order, honestly.
Yeah, well, he makes the decisions himself, however much we would agree. But in fact, Jadhav has come in ahead of Rayudu.
No, I think that is on. I think they've got that caption wrong, because that's definitely Ambati Rayudu.
That's Rayudu, yeah.
His captions have been a little bit off.
Yeah, everyone's a little bit rusty.
Well, I was looking for
that was missing, but I think.
Well,
I was looking for a bit of help on one of the fielders' shirts, and I nearly called him India Cements.
Yeah, well, 2 batters yet to face numbers 3 and 4. It's the South African beefcake number 3 who'll face up to Trent Bolt.
Du Plessis, life goes on, right? La 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 la, life goes on.
Fullish and wideish outside off stump, just inside the tram line, and so won't be signalled as such by umpire Virendra Sharma. There is no run. Faf du Plessis scores faster than people realise in T20 cricket, particularly in the power play. He's a very powerful man through backward point and back over the bowler's head. Ambati Rayudu, a stylist, really, a stroke player rather than a hitter.
I like watching him back. I'm going to get a couple of tweets in between balls. I've been a bit remiss recently. An India has retweeted Diana Patterson's kind words about him and said it made his day.
Wideish slip in place. That's driven by Faf du Plessis. Finally a run off the bat after 7 balls, 8 balls in fact, and it squirts down to Jasprit Bumrah at third man for a single, bringing this man onto strike.
Oh dear.
Maybe they should have reviewed. Curiouser and curiouser, but Faf du Plessis definitely said don't bother reviewing it to Murali Vijay. That's a good delivery from Trent Bolt. Comes in sharply off the seam and cramps Ambati Rayudu for room. He blocks back down in front of him horridly. There is no run. Ambati Rayudu's had a curious last year or so. Was left out of the Indian one-day squad and then lost his place for the World Cup and then retired and then unretired.
Do you want to hear the most Jeff Perkins tweet ever?
Yep.
Says, surely Watto is contractually bound to review, like the Eagles not playing Hotel California.
Fullish outside off stump, a little bit of movement away, so Bolt getting the ball to move both ways, and it's again a run down to third man. Rayudu and du Plessis getting off the mark in similar fashions.
Leah likes the way that they stretched out Watto's despair in the dugout through judicious use of slow-mo. Well done, that director. And then corrects me, saying it's called a trailer park, Grubby, and people that live there are called trailer park trash. Thank you for correcting me on my social language.
Well, that struck Faf du Plessis in a place where Faf du Plessis gets struck quite a lot. It's jagged back in off the seam and bounces away off the unfortunate part of the anatomy. To Dhoni, there is no run. Faf du Plessis got hit there so often he designed a triple strength box called the Beast. It's umpire's call, in fact. It was on the
it
top
was
of
the previous one that was missing.
It was umpire's call. In fact,
was umpire's call
on the top on Midland Leg. So had Murali Vijay reviewed, the review would have been retained, but the wicket would not. Foolish outside off stump, and du Plessis drives nicely through the covers. He's a powerful man through the offside, and that's going to have enough to race away over this pretty quick outfield for 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
End of the over, CSK 12 for 2 after 3.
Well, if you want to press again, Robbie, they're 7 for 2. 7 for 2
I did.
now.
Already done it, mate. Already done it.
You're going to keep going all the way, aren't you?
May as well. Why? For a bit of fun. Back
Well,
to 3s.
I think,
Back to 3s, on
we talk about wickets and what they're going to do, but it just the Mumbai opening bowlers have just bowled a lot better than the CSK opening bowlers in these 3 overs.
True.
Yeah, they bowled straighter.
With a bit more, they've hit the pitch harder and made it do a little bit.
Yes, that's true. Deepak Chahar and Gidi were a little bit, Sam Curran less so, were a bit floaty. Interesting to see what effect the dew has later in the innings. Although the Mumbai are less spin heavy than most. 2 slips in place.
2 slips
to Ambati Raidu, but that's a poor delivery from Pattinson outside off stump and crashed through the offside off the back foot by Ambati Raidu. He too gets a boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
He's got languid beauty in his game, hasn't he, Rayudu?
Yeah, he's more powerful than he looks.
Well, that was timed and powerful at the same time. Beautiful.
The first poor delivery, really, that Mumbai have
knows
bowled.
It was a bad ball, yeah.
No change to the field, still the 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off. I know the second slip, in fact, is coming out to reinforce that offside ring. He's going to go sort of on the edge of the circle at point, and the backward point will move a little bit finer. There's a mid-on and a square leg kind of on the 45 up, and it's to him that this is clipped by Ambati Raidu as Pattinson bowls straighter. There is no run.
Well, it's going to be a tricky period of consolidation for CSK. We all know the stat that you don't want to lose 3 wickets in the power play, but I often think that's because of what teams do after losing 3 wickets. Going to the shells a bit too much.
It can be, and certainly it's not that. I don't know. 30 for 2 wouldn't be awful, I suppose, chasing this target, but you can't get completely stuck in the aim of wicket preservation. This is outside off stump, and Raidu runs this off the outside edge of the bat, or the outside half of the bat, to backward point, and there is no run.
Have a guess what Ravi Jadeja's top score is in 2020 cricket?
Not very high. I wouldn't imagine. I don't think he's
60.
Has he not got? I don't think he's got a 50, has he?
No, 48. It's his top score.
Yeah, he's.
Today's his day. He's far better, much better player than that, isn't he?
He's
well, if you're batting 7 or 8, you just don't often get.
Yeah, you don't get
that.
But he's slower than you realise in T20 cricket. Really, this is outside off stump and run down by Raidu to third man. They come through for a single. I think his overall T20 strike rate might be under 100. Or
no, it's 123.
123. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'll take your point. It's not stellar, but again, you're getting limited opportunities batting where he bats.
Yeah, but for a guy of his proven ball striking ability.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
But I think he might be
maybe
one of those,
today's the day.
He might be one of those players who I think is probably better when in one of those guys who can hit the ball really hard and clear the field in a test match, where he's becoming a genuine test all rounder. But not so much in T20 cricket. He does take a little while to get going sometimes, Jadeja. This is a delivery which jags in off the seam from Pattinson, strikes du Plessis high up on the pad, really on the thigh pad, and drops down into the offside. There is no run. Even with that 4, this is not a very expensive over at all for James Pattinson.
Yeah, I was going to say he's come back well from that. He's only bowled one bad ball out of 11. And he looks up for it.
Madan Mohan Sharma says on Twitter, 1 Indian and 1 South African are batting and 1 New Zealander and 1 Australian are bowling simultaneously. This is the beauty of IPL.
Widest slip in place. This is full on the toes, and that's a poor delivery from Pattinson. 1 short and wide and 1 really middle and leg stump half volley, but Krunal Pandya is out there on the mid-wicket fence, so it'll just be 2 runs. Du Plessis onto 7 off 6. Raidu 6 off 6 after 4 overs. CSK are 19 for 2. Great start from the Mumbai Indians.
Messi Jez setting us straight on the replays of the various LBWs that we saw recently. Yeah, we worked that one out at the end. Messers, thank you for that. And Leah says, Mumbai Indians debutant Eddie Munster looks pretty young, considering he was 10 in around 1964. And your love on Cricket Tracker continues to flood in. Loads of thumbs up and hearts and things. And I think we've had over 1,000 comments on there today.
Fantastic.
To give you an idea about,
People were desperate for the IPL to come back.
Indeed. So just a few shout outs there. Masood Rana Joy, Ankush Kumar, Sonu Kumar, Rambishwanash Kumar, I pronounced that badly, I'm sorry. Nisam is there as well. Hamza is there, hello to you. And Maliha Anjum is also there. Hello to everyone who's there. I'm sorry I can't get round to all of you, but you are there in your hundreds, nay thousands, and it's tremendous.
The whole game, wouldn't it?
Bolt is bowling his third on the trot, and that's a beautiful shot by Ambati Raidu. A little bit over pitched, moving away from Ambati Raidu, and he drives this very pleasantly off the front foot through his favoured cover region for 4. Beautiful, classy shot by Ambati Raidu, who does love driving through that offside off both front and back foot. Just a checked cover drive.
And looks so lovely when he does it as well. Trent Bolt, you were mentioning Trent Bolt before, Andy, and his he goes at 8.4, which surprised me that he was quite so expensive. And he's actually the most expensive of all of the bowlers for Mumbai Indians.
Length delivery, angling across Ambati Raidu, and he runs this down to point. There is no run. He is a little bit line-upable in the middle overs, and particularly at the death. He does have a very good Yorker, but he isn't quite the box of tricks that some other death bowlers are, and often found himself out of the Delhi Capitals team last year. Although he did take the catch of the tournament last year to dismiss Virat Kohli, a wonderful fielder. Trent Bolt beats Raidu on the outside edge. He's favouring the one going across the right-hander now to Ambati Raidu. I think he, as well as everybody else, knows the weakness of Shane Watson to the ball coming back into him, but he's angling this across Ambati Raidu. That cutter is a very skillful bowler, Trent Bolt. And if this is how it's going to go, Trent Bolt does the Deepak Chahar role in the power play and leave Bumrah mostly for the tail end. This could work very well for Mumbai. Men back are at deep backward square leg and third man quite wide. This is punched nicely, but straight to Hardik Pandya at backward point. He's a very good fielder, and there is no run.
Good bit of fielding, actually. He absolutely timed the pants off, didn't he?
So we're going to shuffle around after this over, aren't we? Yep.
Yeah, Andy Ward is going to take over ball by ball. I'm going to read some tweets, and Hendo's going to be our summariser.
And I'm going for a wee.
Outside off stump by Trent Bolton, left alone by Ambati Raidu, the first leave of the 2020 IPL.
Well, hopefully it won't take you 5 overs. I know we're
don't know.
A bit.
These days.
Yeah.
It does remind me a bit of Alan Partridge there. Never thought I'd have to push. And those covering his face.
Last ball of this particular commentary triad. As we see Mitch Santner watching, and I'm sure he'll have a part to play in this tournament. Beats the outside edge Trent Bolt. So after that half volley-ish delivery to start with, that's a beauty of an over from Trent Bolt. 1 for 15 off his 3. Really good start by Bolt and Pattinson. CSK 23 for 2 after 5 in still need 140.
Well, the guys were quite bullish about CSK at the break, Hendo, but it's not turning out that way.
No, it's curious, isn't it? Early wickets. Mind you, I've got a feeling about Du Plessis today. He's taken 3 catches in the outfield. It's a fast kind of day, I think. I think he might do the business.
I think your microphone's a bit lost in your beard.
Yeah, is that better?
That's better, much better, yes.
There are many
Goodness
other things
knows
in there, of course.
I was just going to say, yes, goodness knows what else is
Just
in
one,
that
just one of many
forest
things.
there.
Indeed.
So
indeed.
23 for 2 with 1 over left in the power play, chasing 162. And they need 140 with 90 balls, which I think is going to be pretty challenging on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mumbai were a long way ahead in terms of the power play, weren't they? I mean,
Miles ahead.
Yeah, and they did lose a couple of wickets very close together once Rowett and de Kock had got going. Anyway.
There has been a slight change of plan. The plan was working well, but they are changing it, so we'll jingle this fella up after this ball. It's a man with the clockwork tin man action. Punched out to point by Duplessis for no run.
And now they're Marty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
They're not going to use Bumrah like they use Malinga, where they'd sometimes bowl all 4 of his at the death.
I remember when he made his debut, everyone's going, who the hell is this? This guy's never going to last bowling like that. His action was even more pronounced, if you can imagine. But then, he didn't get hit for runs, and he rarely has since. Comes into Duplessis, punches off the back foot. Again, good fielding, a backward point. I think that's Hardick.
Yeah, Bumrah is one of the best bowlers in the world in all formats.
Does he stand out in Test cricket?
Oh yeah, he's had a brilliant start to his Test career. He's never played a Test in India in his 12, but he's already taken fifers in England, Australia, and the West Indies.
He's only played 12 Tests.
Mm-hmm.
He's been around a long time. I suppose they didn't play him in Tests for a long time.
He made his Test debut in 2018.
He's been around a lot longer than that. Anyway, white ball certainly where he made his name. Back of a length again. It's again hit Duplessis around that area where he's fully protected. And I think he needs to be, because he's been hit around there 3 or 4 times already in this innings.
Yes, I mean, he does hit. He's one of those bowlers, isn't he? He really does hit the pitch hard with his deliveries. He doesn't seem to be any sort of discernible change in action with what he does. He's just a fantastically consistent bowler.
That's often the key. If you can not allow the batsman to pick your variations before the ball comes out, it's a big advantage.
And he can move the ball away from the right hander into the right hander. He's got a very good Yorker, very good slower ball.
Bangs that one in again. It comes in and beats Duplessis' inside edge, an ugly looking shot. Let me just check my volume. Perhaps you can catch us up on tweets or something.
Yeah, indeed. So we've got a lot of people with us on social media. In fact, what we've got? Leah says, "Come on, Hendo, shave off that moustache. You look like Brigham Young, the founder of the Mormon religion, or an Amish." In fact, no. I misinterpreted. She's saying, "Shave off the moustache so you look like someone Amish." They then say some sensibly lefty stuff to contrast with the look.
Well,
right. Okay,
don't confuse Amish with Mormon. Not the same thing. I think that was you actually, Knackle.
Well, she had Brigham Young / some Amish dude, so I was making the comparison.
Oh, it was actually, well, okay, no, fair enough.
A lot of people with us on Crick Tracker: Sakil Ahmed, Siddiqui, Jakir Hussain, Victor Vincent, Vicky Pankaj Yadav, Sunil Chaudhary, Shub Prakash, and many, many more. We've had so many of you, we've not been able to keep up. It's wonderful. And he's gone a bit quiet, so I'll just do that delivery, which is punched off the back foot by Fuff Duplessis, and they'll come through for 3. Good running by Fuff and Ambati Raidu, quick between the wickets despite being into their 30s. Andy, you right?
Yep. Raidu's looking good.
Sorry,
He's
I'm
looking
still
pretty
trying
good.
to
He's
figure
looking
this
solid.
out. Sorry. Are you sure I'm quiet? I haven't changed anything.
No, you're.
It's quiet to me, but maybe it's just me. I don't know.
You're fine.
No,
You're
I
fine
think
this
it's just
end.
you. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Everything else sounds alright to me, but there you go. Excuse me.
So, floodlights on full out in Abu Dhabi. Darkness has fallen, as it is falling earlier here in England. 7:30 it's getting dark. It's going to be a long winter.
No, it's depressing, isn't it?
Still, at least the IPL is back. Cut. Ooh, aerially it's eased its way over backward point. A bit of a desperate dive. That was not one of Raidu's cleaner shots, but he still got 4.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
So 30 for 2 at the end of the power play, and CSK trying to catch up.
Yes, indeed. We'll.
Oh, hang on, got a no ball. That's not like Bumrah. Not sure what it's for. But it will be a free hit.
Yes, indeed. I think the IPL are using the tactic that a lot of other leagues have been using of having the third umpire call all the no balls. Bumrah did famously bowl a no ball in the Champions Trophy that dismissed Fakhar Zaman very early, and then Fakhar Zaman went on to score the 100, and we know what happened next. That's a reasonably big no ball from Bumrah.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
So, see what he does for the free hit. Raidu appears to have changed his stance and he's launched it over the leg side. I think that's got the legs. It does indeed. That was an expensive no ball for Bumrah, and that might really kickstart this innings.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
And not often Jasprit Bumrah goes for 14 off and over.
No,
Not
absolutely.
often he goes for 14 off the last 2 balls.
Yeah, that is it's pretty unusual, isn't it? 37 for 2. Raidu, I think he's looking very solid. He's played a couple of good shots. He's made use of the free hit. You normally find that he'll come up with a clever, slower ball or something like that in the free hit situation, Bumrah, but it's just a regulation back over the length delivery, wasn't it?
Yes, a little bit surprising. Often, bowlers have started to realise that you actually change your plan when you can't take a wicket off a ball.
Yeah.
Often batters swing too hard off the free hit, so the slow ball can be very useful. We will have spin for the first time out of the power play. This guy often bowls in the power play, but is being used for the 7th over.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
Wide outside off stump, and it's played out to the cover sweeper, who's also wide. Pick up a single, 38 for 2. And a bit surprised to see Krunal ahead of Rahul Chahar.
Perhaps. Obviously, both turning the ball away from the right-hander.
That one actually angles in, bit of an arm ball, and it's clipped into the leg side, and I'll take another single.
Do you know, it sounds also anachronistic to talk of arm balls these days, doesn't it, when there are so many other variations?
Well, they probably called it a zobber or something.
Well, I mean, the genuine arm ball, we saw it a lot in the CPL.
Shorter, that one, and an inside edge for Duplessis looks really uncomfortable. He's scampered a single there, but he's not finding the middle of the bat as often as he's finding the middle of his middle parts.
No, I still think it's a very useful ball, but I think it's lost its currency to a certain extent.
I'm not sure. I think it's coming back. The genuine arm
Maybe
ball.
it is. The return.
That looked like another one, or maybe he just doesn't turn it back to the bowler.
This is what I was going to say. Some people sometimes confuse the arm ball for the one that doesn't turn. Mitchell Santner bowls an arm ball that's seam up and actually swings into the right-hander.
Yeah.
A lot of arm balls always. Arm balls did move. I mean, that was true. That was part of the arm ball armory. It was making that little bit of suddenly becoming a slightly quicker.
Would bowl an outswing.
Yes,
a lot. I saw a lot of that during the CPL, particularly from Mitch Santner.
Punched out into the gap by Raidu, and that fielder is quite wide, so he's got a lot of ground to cover, and they pick up a comfortable 2.
That was Tiwari out there. Tiwari is quite a big unit, isn't he, actually?
He is, yep.
Quite a big lad.
41 for 2.
Yeah, he used to be. He's always been sort of muscular, but he's got stomachier.
Yes, possibly. Krunal to complete the over. Is he going to get away with 6 off the over? I think he is. It's tipped into the leg side. Everyone's happy with the single, and it's 43 for 2.
Got a little bit quiet on Twitter, but we've still got loads of people with us on Cricket Tracker. Santosh Kamakar, Nagu S, Ghulam Nurani, Radheshyam Kumar, and I'll jump back a little bit further. Dhyandeep Raut says CSK, Shinu Raju says Mumbai Indians, Shiv Prakash is with us, Sunil Chaudhary, Avinash Ade is pinning his colours to the CSK mask, as is Sohib King. Shatab Kadri is a Mumbai fan. Palash Padia. I think CSK is probably slightly edging our fandom, but it's pretty close. These two are the biggest and best supported teams in the IPL. But as you were saying, actually, Andy, just before play started, CSK are one of the very few franchises who have fans who have a significant fan following outside of India.
It's almost like every game's a home game.
Outside of Chennai.
Yeah, because when they go away from home, people are supporting because they love Dhoni and Jadeja, and if from Mumbai, people still support them because Tendulkar is on board.
Yeah, although I think not recently. I think it was during a CSK Mumbai game last year. There was a fan in the crowd wearing an MS Dhoni t-shirt, and then when Dhoni got out, he took it off to reveal a Mumbai Indians t-shirt underneath.
Yes.
We do have that.
Some of it seems strange to us, but different cultures.
Yeah, we do have leg spin into the attack.
Maybe you have a dream of bowling a perfect ball, winning the final game.
Now there's an interesting hairstyle, as that one is the leg spinner, but it's played into the leg side and will be a comfortable single. He's got kind of cornrows there.
Yeah, a little bit. Cornrows with sort of mini man bun. The team barber's been busy.
He has.
And the two Chihars in this game, you say, are cousins.
That's right.
Double cousins.
Double first cousins, apparently.
Which I think that means brothers. Two brothers married two sisters, or something.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. But Duplessis, who's got to try to do something to break out of this rut. He's personally in 12 of 13. He's facing Chahar, and he's again got half a bat on it. The bowler scurries across, but they do pick up a single. Looking at the next three men in Jadhav, Dhoni and Jadeja, it's a very different 5-6-7 to the power of Mumbai.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Absolutely. And that, you're not just talking about big men in the Mumbai middle order or big hitters. I mean, you've got. I wonder whether Curran might get a push up at some point, if needed.
That would be interesting. You mean in this innings?
Yeah.
Single out to mid wicket. It's always possible if Dhoni keeps dropping himself down.
Well, I think that Dhoni will end up batting higher up the order this season, more 4 or 5. He ended up preferring batting there for India towards the end of his international career.
Chahar's getting through this over quickly, pushed out to cover by Duplessis. There's no run,
and he had.
This is good from Chahar to get through the over. So turn and bowl almost before the batsman's ready. It puts the batsman under a lot of pressure. Doesn't give him time to just have a little bit of a think about what he's going to do.
Indeed, it doesn't. He's in again, down the track, lofted in the air. Is that far enough? I'm not sure. Oh, it wasn't, but the fielder didn't quite get there. And also, I think that might have been 4. But anyway, it was wide of long off. It bounced twice before long off got around to it. And I think, has he stopped it?
The number of the day.
That's 4.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is...
I think you'll see Duplessis opened the face a little bit, so he got it wide of the man at long off. And then when it bounced, it spun further away from him.
That was key with that shot, so that might break the shackles for him. He's going to try it again, but he's actually just punched it off the long off, and that will be a single. So that is the end of the over. We're not getting the score just now.
It is
about 50.
51 for 2 off 8 overs, and that will be
timeout. So what's happening on social media?
Yes, indeed. Madan Mohan Sharma says CSK need to score quickly while the ball is new. Well, they didn't. And I feel that when the ball gets older, scoring fast becomes not so easy, which was seen during the Mumbai Indians innings. It was. It'll be interesting to see if that trend continues, although I don't think the pitch slowed up particularly towards the end of the Mumbai Indians innings. I just think CSK bowled better, really. Dave Sarasara says, does Jadeja ever bowl an arm ball? I think he does. He bowls the sort of quicker one. He bowls that round arm delivery as well, which introduces a bit of variation where sometimes the ball will skid on off the leather, or sometimes it will grip and bite off the seam. Jadeja wasn't at his best today. He was bowling a little bit too flat and was a little bit too hittable, but did get those 2 important wickets in his last over. Lennox Lear says, I support Mumbai Indians because they had Sachin Tendulkar, who was my favourite player back then. There were no notable German cricketers back then, and Sachin kind of was the shit. Sachin Tendulkar. Looking back, I was doing my revision. Sachin Tendulkar was player of the season in the second IPL.
The second IPL was the one played in South Africa, was it?
That's right. Yeah.
So there's a precedent for the IPL being moved to a foreign country. It's just we've never had it played without fans before.
No, indeed. In 2014, half the tournament was played in the UAE to avoid the Indian elections.
That's right, of course. So happy to move it around. What's happened to Sachin Baby, by the way?
He's
in and out.
He's not in IPL contention. I don't think he wasn't in the IPL last year either. And he's now in his early 30s. He's never really put his head above the parapet significantly.
And we did
a lot of players have
also
come and
talk
gone.
about. I mean, we talk about Pravin Tumbe as well. I mean, that seems very harsh that he's not been allowed to play in this tournament because he played in the T10. That to me is.
Well, they super crack down on Indian players playing in other franchise tournaments. It's
But as
very
I think Knuckle was
protectionist.
saying, he hadn't got any sort of contract with anyone else. So I mean,
Well, Shomi's 47. I mean,
yeah, no, that's what I love about it. I love the idea that someone of 47, 48 could be playing in this fast-paced game that the IPL is. I think we're missing something by not having him competing.
Yeah, he's still very, very fit. He was good for Trinbago Knight Riders in the CPL and took a couple of really sharp catches. I think as you'd have to be a very good and disciplined trainer to still be going at 48 years old, nearly 49. He was important. He played an important role for the Trinbago Knight Riders, and it is a shame that even players who aren't BCCI contracted aren't allowed to play in non-BCCI leagues.
It's
going around the other way.
I mean, it's restraint of trade, isn't it? It really is.
Well, BCCI can do what they like, basically.
India doesn't have a players' union.
Probably not, but it still rankles with me slightly, I have to say.
Well,
I don't think they should be allowed to do that. They shouldn't have that
they be
power,
allowed
really.
to bar Pakistani players?
Well, that's again.
I mean, that's a government thing rather than a BCCI thing. But
Anyway, politics aside, 51 for 2. We're going to restart. Krunau is going to continue. And punched by Duplessis out to the sweeper. That'll be an easy single.
it probably suits Mumbai that the game seems to be happening a lot slower than it was in the first innings.
It does. It seems a bit less frenetic. Excuse me.
Also get the feeling that there possibly is some dew out there, but there just seems to be a sort of slightly misty air to the atmosphere now.
Down the track comes Raidu, and it just evades mid-wicket with diving fielder that was in the air. Well, teams know this, and the tendency is to bowl first anyway, so teams should be factoring that in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I hope it isn't as pronounced as it was in the CPL, where I think of the whole tournament only 3 teams won the toss and elected to bat.
Jeez.
Certainly the trend. That's a horrible ball down the leg side from Krunel. It certainly pulled that one down. It's a big wide. Duplessis, what can he do? Pitch stopped, but he still goes back, punches it out to cover sweep it for a single.
It was nice to see old Duplessis taking those catches as well, because the last memory I have of Duplessis from the winter was that he looked totally miserable, didn't he, with the way that South Africa had performed under his guidance against England.
Yeah, I want to think after this ball.
Seems a long time ago. It's punched up to long off. It'll be another single.
Yeah, this happens a lot with long-serving captains coming towards the end of their tenure. They look broken. And Faf looked
tell me about it.
Completely drained. You know,
that one's definitely short, but again, Duplessis can only really cloth it up to long on. He's hit one good shot over extra long off stroke extra cover, but apart from that, he's really struggled. 20 off 19.
Required run rate now 9.5 and over.
Yeah, that is getting up there.
Partnership though, 50 or 42 is not enough, is it?
It's not enough of a scoring rate. No, they got to crack on now a bit, I think. Krunel trying to get out of this over, which he does because it's clipped into the leg side. It'll only be 58 for 2 off 9 with 107 still needed.
105 with that.
105, thank you. Yeah, a tall order, I think.
Yes, indeed, particularly with 3 overs of Jasprit Bumrah. Still got Hardik Pandya to potentially bowl. Tyron Pollard bowled very well in the CPL. Was very useful for the Trinbago Knight Riders, taking the pace off.
Well, they're sticking with these 2 bowlers moving the ball away from the 2 right-handed batsmen, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
these are the only 2 spin options that they have in this 11. They have Anukul Roy, who's also a left-arm spinner. Jayant Yadav is the sole off-spinner in the Mumbai Indians squad.
Yeah, difficult game for off-spinners these days. Many of them.
They're coming back. They're finding a way.
That one's onto the pads. It's clipped into the gap quite aerially, but it will just be a single.
You see off-spin is bowling a lot in the power play, tying up the right-hander and then obviously moving the ball away from the left-hander. We'll see some of that tomorrow with Ashwin now at Delhi Capitals.
Yep, straighter ball clipped into the leg side. CSK seem happy to be taking these singles, but we haven't seen a boundary for a little while.
Well, Ashton was captain, wasn't he, of one of the franchises a year or two ago?
Of Kings 11 last year, who Delhi are playing tomorrow.
Last year. Yeah, which is curious. I mean, I wonder would you prefer to be captain of a team or take the money?
Clipped down towards fine leg, and that's a poor piece of fielding. He dived over that one, and that's a welcome release for CSK. It really shouldn't have been. Bumrah the offender.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bumrah's fielding has improved significantly, but he's still not the best. We will see the ground fielding take a little while to come back to its highest level. It's one of those things that takes a lot of repetition to keep up to a high level, and the fact that they've been out of cricket for so long.
Don't think Chahar was ready to give him that excuse. That one's chipped up into the offside.
Oh dear!
Oh, the bolt. That's a terrible. Oh, go on, make an excuse for that one.
Nope. Yeah.
Trent Bolt, fooled by the bounce, didn't get anything behind it at all, and that was a rotten piece of fielding. Yeah, justified. Really tossed that one up, Chahar.
It was actually quite nicely bowled because it did drift away from Ambati Rayudu, and he wasn't quite in control of that. But Bolt is one of the best fielders in the world. That's inexplicable, really.
Yeah, chipped into the leg side, and they'll take a single. Worst bit of fielding from Bolt since he stepped on the rope in the World Cup final.
At least he took that catch.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually responsible for one of the most spectacular catches in the IPL, isn't he? I think from a couple of years ago.
We were talking about that. We were talking about that in 2018. That incredible catch to get rid of Virat Kohli.
Yeah,
it's amazing. They do things we could never do in 1,000 years of the misfield like that. Big sweep from du Plessis, but it's one bounce down to the fielder Tiwari at deep square leg. So a couple of fours in this innings, in this over, that really should just have been, I think, 3 runs between them, and that will be mighty relieving for CSK.
Yeah, they're in a decent position at halfway, 70 for 2. I think we'll now say goodbye to Hendo for the next 5 overs. He'll be back to take you through the denouement. Andy's going to read some tweets. I'll be summarising, and Grubby is going to take us through ball by ball.
Hello, everyone. Well, it's quite exciting, this, isn't it? Faf du Plessis looks out of nick, doesn't he? He's not timing the ball, and he needs to wee or get off the pot, I suppose, doesn't he? As far as his team's concerned, he can't be hanging around.
Is that still on your mind?
It's still on my mind. Yeah, don't worry. I did accomplish that task, so don't fret about that. It's going to be Krunal coming round the wicket to du Plessis, who advances down the pitch, plays it up to long off, and they're through for a single.
Leah asks if you're forgetting the IPL hat-trick taking off spinner in Mumbai's lineup.
Rohit Sharma took a hat-trick for the Deccan Chargers way back when.
Yes, I didn't know.
This is swatted by Rayudu. He's got all of that high over, long on. It's a big one of these.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Good pickup from Rayudu.
Yeah, just dragged it just a fraction short, and he waited on it. Rayudu. He'd advanced down the pitch. I think that's right. He saw him coming and deliberately dragged it short, but then he just stood still, having taken a couple of big strides down the pitch. And he was very much in control of that when he played it. Very well played. 45 he's got off 28. Rayudu.
Back to evens. You've got the value.
Is that right? It's back to evens, is it?
See if you can eat it.
Long way to go. 77 for 2. 2 balls into the 11th over. Krunal round the wicket, and this is turned into the leg side. It's another testing piece of fielding for the man at backward square there, but he does well this time. A couple of very ropey pieces of fielding in the previous over, weren't there?
Yeah, I feel that may look at that as a turning point at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's usually CSK who we have the worries about with their ground fielding.
Duplessis steers this one back with a square on the leg side also, and he comes through for another single. Just he's hanging in there at the moment. I think his game has got to be get Raudu on strike to support him, because his game is not quite where he would want it to be at the moment. He looks short of form.
Every time he's tried to play an aggressive stroke, he's horribly mistimed it.
He's plinked it, hasn't he? Yeah. Back in his crease goes Raudu, who by contrast looks much smoother to me, playing that out to the point boundary. They come through for another single. 80 for 2. 1 ball left in the 11th over, to be bowled by Crinnell, and down the pitch. Steered up to long off. It's another single. It's 81 for 2 at the end of the 11th. I must say a very quick hello to my mum and dad, Pete and Barbara. Barbara's been listening in again. She hates cricket, or doesn't really get it, but every time I'm on, she supports Gorilla, so I must say a big hello to her.
Lovely to have you with us.
Mark Zip is in different circumstances, not yard sale or breaking down, but today on the road to see his ailing father, so I hope things are on the up. He says thanks as ever. And Leah says Mumbai's strategy is make the old geezers run and hope for retired hurts due to flipped discs, pulled hamstrings, gout, etc.
As my dad once said in a game of garden cricket about 20 years ago, I think I've pulled a fat.
Could happen to any number of cricketers.
Well, yes. A few do spring to mind.
Rotundity is no barrier to performance, particularly in T20 cricket.
Well, it's one of the things that makes me love cricket even more, Knackle, the fact that it can accommodate characters, different characters and different body shapes. One of the things that makes it wonderful.
There's speaking of, I'll come to a bit of very impressive performances by rotund cricketers in a game involving Mumbai and CSK, but I'll jingle up a new bowler first, or after this ball.
Outside the off stump, his first one of the spell, and Duplessis flays it out to the extra cover boundary, and they take a single.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Rohit searching for a wicket to put the brakes on this recovery from CSK. So yeah, Mumbai Indians haven't won their first game of a season since 2012.
Oh, really? That's an interesting stat. Bumrah's in again, just outside the off stump once more, and Raudu, he looks to have all the time in the world, just steering this down back at a square on the offside. And they come through for another single. He does look a man. He's really gorgeous to watch, I think, Raudu. He's got sort of.
He's the kind of player
who's
not going to look too rusty after a break.
No, I mean, he's had long breaks throughout his career, particularly in the last couple of years. Yeah, that was against CSK that Mumbai won that game in 2012. Opening the batting for them were Sachin Tendulkar and, with 50 off 18, Richard Levy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, good player. This one just outside the off stump, and Duplessis looking to force it, rather does, through the covers. They just come through for one, and he signals to his partner when he gets to the non-striker's end that might have been the sort of leg spinner or the leg cutter or something.
Yeah, Bumrah starting to bowl those slower balls into the wicket, not seeing the famous Bumrah Yorker yet.
Yeah, Bumrah, so what my youngest and I call the straight arm bowler, because that's exactly what he is. Very unique. Oh, this one is taken off a length, and Raudu just fences at it outside the off stump. The cock makes a bit of a meal of it, I have to say.
I thought so. I think he made that look quicker than it was.
Sort of took it, fell over. There's the sort of thing that Kevin Peterson used to do when the ball kept a little bit low, and he squatted down and squinted at it, looked up to the balcony as if to say, "Oh, lad, you're not going to enjoy batting on this."
Well, he just wasn't expecting it, was it? Because that's jagged away up the immaculate seam position from Bumrah. It's jagged away sharply, and de Kock wasn't expecting that to zip off the wicket with as much pace as it did.
Yeah, by the time it gets to him, he knows this is smashed back past Bumrah. I think this is going to run to the fence. It is. Might have got a little finger on it, Jasper it there, but couldn't stop it. And he's probably glad that he didn't, because that was going at some pace for us.
Technically a dropped catch, but very harsh, and that is...
That went like a tracer bullet!
For 4, and that is the first 50 of this year's IPL, and off 33 balls by Ambati Raudu.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs.
Gets away with the dot ball this time, Bummer, as he angles it in just outside the off stump, and it's driven to cover, and there is no run. That finishes the 12th over. It's 88 for 2, game still in the balance, 75 required from 48 deliveries. What we got on socials?
Not a great deal. Leah says if for the 6th jingle, if a ball hopped and kicked, it would be 4 rather than 6.
Yeah, I don't think
not if it hopped and kicked over the boundary.
I don't think Sesame Street had cricket in mind when they wrote that song.
Probably not. And it's Manchester United 0, Crystal Palace 1.
Is it?
Yes.
The local team to Guerrilla Cricket, of course.
No, absolutely, down there in Sydenham. And while we're not in Sydenham, you can still send us money to our various locations by the usual means. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket 1R 2 Ls, and get yourself on the Roll of Fame with a $10 monthly donation. So you should be able to see in front of us on YouTube and possibly on Facebook. And yeah, we still have expenses. We still need to keep going.
Shah with his ill-advised cornrows comes in, and Duplessis is just playing this fairly comfortably too long on, and they come through for a single. Again, that's good tactics from Duplessis at the moment. Not in nick. Get your partner on strike. We're just seeing a replay of the 4 with which Raidu went to his 50, which was slammed back past Bumrah, and this time he's dancing down the track to Chahar high over extra cover, and that is a gorgeous 6.
Beautiful and much needed from CSK. With Faf du Plessis is really putting a lot of pressure on Raidu and those to come with 29 off 28, but the dancing feet of Ambati Raidu.
Interesting. I wonder if hang on, after this, this is timed almost too well by Raidu. Had there been a man at that short mid-wicket position, it would have been straight to him at a very dolly-like catch. But as it is, they come through for a single. Yeah, I wonder if Duplessis gets out, whether Dhoni comes in, and if Raidu gets out, then maybe like a Jadeja or someone comes in. This is just flicked by Duplessis backward a square on the leg side, and they come through for a single. 97 for 2 now.
I think it might well be Dhoni, because there's only 2 overs of spin left, and Dhoni's big issue in the IPL, because he's had quite a good couple of seasons in the IPL, his issue though has been starting against spin.
A bit of a drag down, and Raidu doesn't quite take full toll of it as he pulls it rather under edgily to the square leg boundary, or towards it. Come through for just 1. 98 for 2, 1 ball left in the 13th.
Well, Kedar Jadhav would probably be a bit annoyed to you saying that, because he's the one who's down to come in.
Yeah, no, that's right, yeah, and I'll tell you why I didn't mention him in a moment. He's back in his crease this time, Duplessis, playing it to a straight long on position. Because I did see when I was sort of doing my research, as I say, and I'd written Kedar Jadhav down, and then I thought he wasn't playing, so I crossed him out, and then I've had to put square brackets around it, and you know, Stet, because he's actually in.
Yeah, he is. Didn't have a very good season last year, Kedar Jadhav. Has had his injury worries, struggled to go at any particular pace, but he is a bit of a pocket rocket, a good 6-hitter, Kedar Jadhav.
Yeah, so it should probably be him in next, whatever. Duplessis is 31 off 30. He's struggled a bit with his timing and his game generally. I think Raidu is 60 off 37, much more fluent, and to my untutored eye is gorgeous to watch. Really enjoy watching him. 99 for 2 is the score, 7 overs left, 64 required from those 42 deliveries.
Would be for Duplessis to just have a swing at this point.
Change of bowling. We've got one of the opening bowlers back into the attack, and didn't they do well? Don't know why I went old Bruce Forsyth, but didn't they do well?
Changeley Pattinson.
Duplessis is having a swing at this one. It goes to a wide mid on. Decent bit of work out there though, so they can only come through for a single.
Yeah, Mumbai have gone death with
Hardik Pandya.
Yeah, Mumbai have gone death overs with their field placing. Got Hardik down at long on. Wouldn't be surprised if Pollard's at long off.
Hiding somewhere where he doesn't have to run, presumably.
Well, it's just he's got an incredible pair of hands. He's a very good fielder. He's got a great arm.
He is, yeah. That's the 100 up for CSK, 100 for 2. Just started the 14th over. Raudu, very talented player on strike. He's advancing down the pitch. This is not the shot of a very talented player, however. Head in the air, a couple of steps down the pitch and looking to launch that somewhere over Cow Corner, but he's better than that. And this is one of the things, thinking about some of the games we've been covering recently. You know, David Milan, who if he still is, or he's close to being the top-rated T20 international batsman in the world at the moment. And when I watch him, so often he's almost swinging himself off his feet, not timing things, not looking great, and yet his numbers are terrific. So, you know, it can be deceptive. This is driven beautifully from the crease, just stood his ground, and almost played it off the back foot half volley through extra cover. I think going to come back for 2 there. So Odie moves on to 62 from 39. Duplessis has 32 from 31.
Yeah, Davin Milan,
nearing the 100 partnership.
Davin Milan, who has been talked about as a potential replacement for Reina for CSK, but I don't think that'll work because they've already got 8 overseas players. Famously, he starts slowly, 10 off 10, 12 off 12, but then speeds up. And yeah, it's one of those guys who can hit sixes without apparently timing the ball.
And I know everyone's different and has different styles, but if you compare him to like a Raudu, I mean, the difference in their aesthetic is marked, isn't it? Raudu is swinging this one through the leg side, a full delivery from Pattinson, shall I say, and they come through for just a single. So it's going to be a good finish, this, I reckon. It's 60 required from 38, so just under 10 and over.
Yeah, it's not the kind of thing that will faze Dhoni too much. It'll be interesting to see. Hendo and I were talking about Faf being apparently looking a lot happier, or seeming to look a lot happier after no longer being captain, although this innings has not been particularly good. And interesting to see if Dhoni reverts to being more aggressive and more sort of carefree in a way now that he's no longer an international player. It's just everything is much clearer for Dhoni now, I wonder.
Well,
he's always been a good thinker, I think, Dhoni, isn't he? It's a slow ball bouncer from Pattinson, which Duplessis just guides backward of square, half a pull, and they come through for another single. 1 ball left in the 14th, 104 for 2.
Well, Dhoni's had plenty of criticism in the last few years, and he takes it in stride.
He's also had some. He's also genuinely won CSK some matches, quite a few. His last 2 IPL seasons have been decent, particularly his last one.
Watson doesn't look any happier now, even though they're winning now.
Atkinson bowls a straight ball. It's beautifully played by Raudu, stepping across his stumps. He was gone for all money if he'd missed that because he was plumb LBW. But just lifting it effortlessly through square leg. They're only going to get a single though. There's a man on the boundary there. So that is the end of the 14th, and it's 105 for 2, and we're going to have a timeout because we haven't had one for about 10 minutes.
What's happening? I haven't got a lot on Twitter. Is anyone on Crick Tracker? Well, I'm sure they are.
I've got a lot of people on Crick Tracker. Suraj Yadav says CSK win. Manikandan Mohammed Kem also say CSK. Yahya Ahmed Alimgir SK. Oh, it's going all CSK on Crick Tracker. I think they're sensing a partnership in the offing. I think our pals out there in India and beyond. On YouTube, Harun Sharif says, "Oi, Khan Tanveer is with us as well, and a few people with us on Hot Mic. Irish outsider Robert, David Brooke have all joined us, which is all lovely. There is
our very own David Brooke has joined us, has he?
Yeah, indeed. Apparently, I might need to go and resync Hot Mic just very quickly. Oh, no, that's an old message, so never mind. And Brian Cusack said a little while ago, "Hello over from the layover bays at Leicester bus station."
Oh,
every glamorous location in the world. Well, we were saying early on, you know, a lot of cricket fans really did want to see the IPL back, and it's easy to be cynical. You see the Premier League, which really just started for money, and you see what's happening in America with the NFL and the NBA, but cricket is a relatively safe sport to play, and don't underestimate how when people can't do their normal things, just a bit of sport, a bit of entertainment can be a very welcome distraction.
Well, unusually profound words there from Guerrilla Cricket, but I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Well, look, I think we've definitely made a significant difference to our own quality of life, doing this summer of cricket in this English summer. Because if you're just joining us for the IPL, you may not know that we have been broadcasting in this way remotely, really, with only one or two people in studio and everyone else commentating remotely throughout this English season, starting with the West Indies tour and then the Ireland tour and then Pakistan and then Australia, and we weren't sure whether we'd be able to do it without having everybody in studio, but we've found a way, and it's been fantastic, and we think improved our product, and we found new ways of engaging with you guys, our cricketing audience around the world, and we know from what people have said that they're really glad that not only that cricket is back, but that the way of covering cricket that we do is back, where we're editorially independent, and we don't treat fans as an afterthought or as a a necessary inconvenience. We're by no means shock jockey, and we're not about engagement for engagement's sake. We want to cover the cricket and cover it properly, but we want to we are cricket lovers, and we want to reflect that, and we're delighted to be able to bring you as much of the IPL as possible. We're doing all 5 of the first 5 games. We hope then to be doing all the weekend and Wednesday games in the playoffs, and if possible we'll do more than that, but watch this space, but certainly stick with us till Wednesday.
Yes, well, actually, do we get a look at RCB in those games?
Yes, we do. We get a look at all 8 teams through to Wednesday. RCB kick off on Monday against the Sunrisers Hyderabad in Dubai.
Now then, we've got Jasprit Bumrah, who's going to continue. 58 required from the last 36 deliveries. It should be a crackerjack of a finish. Rayudu is there on 64 from his 41. Faf du Plessis at the other end, 32 from 31. Much more stodgy.
Yeah, interesting that Bumrah's bowling his 3rd so early.
Well, it's almost they feel they need to make something happen.
Yeah, I think the wicket would definitely, this is bowled into the body. I think he's trying to angle it in. Rayudu looking to pull it, but just has to wear one. Drops down in front of him, and there is no run. Yeah, I think, and I would agree with this. I think Mumbai is just thinking, if we get a wicket here, then the game may well be ours. The run rate is still a challenging one.
Well, I'd look that the other way. If they don't get wickets, I think it's going to be gone.
Well, I mean, arguably, is it better off them keeping Faf du Plessis in the way he's going?
They wouldn't be. Yeah, I mean, they'll want Rayudu, whose strike rate is pretty impressive. Faf has struggled, as we mentioned. Here comes Bumrah again with his stiff-armed delivery, and he fires one in Yorker length, just dug out pretty effortlessly by Rayudu. Makes everything look easy, doesn't he? He's just going to get a single though, as the ball is timed up to long on.
100 partnership off, what is that, 12...
79, 76.
Yeah, a 76 ball 100 from an individual would be seen as too slow. Or slightly too slow.
It depends in the context of any particular game, doesn't it? If it wins you the game.
For 2 when they went in.
Yeah, but it's still 8 and over for...
a better position now than they were then, and I'm normally the first one to say, score faster.
Yeah. Angled in once more by Bumrah, and this is flayed by du Plessis. That breaks the shackles for him. He's not hit a boundary for the wide, but he gets one here through extra cover off the back foot, and he moves on to 37.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, the last boundary Faf hit was in the 8th over.
Thank you, Knuckle. Yeah. He did time that one though off the back foot.
Bumrah's just bowled a little bit too wide of off stump today, and he's been hittable when he has.
And so overcompensating slightly, firing it in, probably going down, it was going down leg, that one, and just cannons into the pads. Rolls out to the offside, and they come through for a leg by.
It was Malinga who bowled the last over of the final last year, but it was Bumrah going for just 2 in the 19th over that did as much to win that game for Mumbai as anyone with the ball. It'll be very interesting to see how Bumrah goes this year without Malinga. Those two together are absolutely magnificent at the death. Probably the 2 best T20 death bowlers in the world. But it'll be interesting. Bumrah's shown an ability to step up, and he'll have to again.
Here comes Bumrah off his short run, and it's fired in Yorker length. Decent piece of work from, I think that's Hardick running round from mid-wicket there with his left hand. They come back for 2. They've raced through. There's a half an appeal, an optimistic one from the cock, who takes the bails off as the ball is thrown. Gaffney sends it upstairs, but with a shake of the head as a mistake. I know it's not out, but this is what we have to do.
There's 5 left after this, and Bolt, Pattinson, Bumrah, Krunal and Chahar all have 1 left each. We haven't seen Hardik Pandya yet. We haven't seen Kyron Pollard yet.
So a direct hit probably would have seen him gone, but he bounced the ball in deliberately to the wicketkeeper's gloves, and therefore he was well in. So we can get on with the game, get on with our lives.
I have seen
Hardik balls a dot, sorry, we'll have the classic T20 equation of 50 off 30, which I always think is quite balanced. But,
that's the classic, is it?
They've got a lot of wickets in hand. Sometimes that doesn't matter.
Well, as we saw,
more to the point, they've got 2 set batsmen.
Well, we saw that with Australia, didn't we, in that first T20?
Here comes Bumrah. A bouncer. That's over the shoulder. It's got to be now. It's called a wide. That's way too high, I think. And it has indeed been called a wide, so we'll have to bowl that one again.
Wide.
So the equation is now 49 from 31.
Down leg, I think, as well. Sharp bouncer, but misdirected.
Didn't have a right lot going for it, I don't think. Bumrah's gone for 30, and he's just about to bowl the final ball of his 3rd over, so pretty expensive for him. A man who goes for 7.1 over his T20 career overall,
which is outrageous, really, considering how much he bowls at the death. He went for 14 off his first over, thanks to a 4 off a no ball and then 6 off the free hit.
Yeah. So here he comes, hopefully from his perspective, to complete the 3rd over. It's fired down leg side. Is that bat pad? A bit of both. Think it's going to cannon into the boundary. No, it's a decent piece of work down there by Pattinson, who himself is a big unit.
So we'll have to have a look.
Yeah, we're going to have a look. They've got 2 runs for definite. They may have an additional 2 if we find that he was in contact with the sponge at the same time as the ball. But yeah, he's a big lad as well. We've seen a few units, haven't we, in this game? He's absolutely fine, by the way. He's just palmed it with his right, and his momentum, your favourite word, Andy, takes him through to the sponge. But long after the ball.
That's a proper use of the word.
Thank you very much.
In context, it's absolutely fine. Can I just say congratulations to Winchmore Hill Cricket Club, who beat North London today to win the Middlesex Cup, a club on the up since I
congratulations.
Incidentally.
No hard feelings there. Right, so we're having a change.
None at all.
Hendo's coming into ball by ball. I think I'm doing some tweets, and Andy's going to be summarising. So, Hendo,
yes, yeah.
I feel like we've been missing each other.
We have. But finally, we are reunited right at the end, which is the same for any good rom-com. Jolly good to be here. The Super Kings need 47 from 30 balls. This has been a magnificent innings by Rayadu, a man who's got 18 50s, well, 19 now in this particular competition. Very consistent performer. Played with Mumbai for quite a long time. Jahar is back into the attack, and Duplessis thumps this off the back foot out to long off, jogs through for a single, 117 for 2.
He was still bowling right arm over, but he's bowled it through. He's bowled it through in front of the umpire. He's come from the other side. That was really strange.
Did he? I knew there was something odd about that. I couldn't quite grasp it, having just come back onto commentary. Maybe it's a little plan. He hides himself behind the umpire and then comes in very...
I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that.
As if he's coming round the wicket. I have to watch this now.
Yeah.
As if he's coming round.
He's bowling left arm round, but then
I wonder whether it's just. He is. That's extraordinary.
Oh, yeah.
I see what you mean. He's reverse swept and it's gone down. It's Pandya diving away at backward point, but just couldn't hang on to it, and very disappointed. Throws his head back in disgust, but. Well, this is fascinating.
It's amazing. I think I have seen this before, Andy, and I wonder whether it's the same bowler, by the way, because it's definitely very unusual.
This time Duplessis picks him up, and one bounce sweep out to worry at deep backward square. They come through for just the one on this occasion, but looking back on that chance that went down, that was a chance to get rid of Rayadu, but he's still there. He's moved into the 70s now, I think, pretty much, and it's a lot of pressure is on him to see this through, really. He's down the wicket to this one. Horrible heave to one that was a little bit short and died on its way to him, so he's just going to jog through for the single. They need a little bit more than that. 43 off 26 now, 120 for 2. But as you say, 2 set batsmen. If they were to lose both in quick succession, then it makes it even more difficult for CSK.
Well, there's only 4 overs to go. As summariser, I'm supposed to be telling you why the bowler's doing this, but I've completely no idea.
Well, Duplessis has come down the wicket. He's lofted it into the outfield, long on, but it's just dropped short of the man there. I thought he'd hit it better than that, and he's probably glad that he didn't, because if he had got hold of that properly, he would have been straight down the throat of long on. 121 for 2, 42 required off 25.
Well, still 10 and over, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's nicked up a little bit. We haven't had a boundary off this one.
No, it's the rather
it's working.
Unusual approach of Chahar has worked pretty well so far. Here he comes again, as if to bowl left arm around the wicket. Oh, this has gone way up in the air. This could be the end of Raidu. Is someone going to get underneath that? It's the bowler himself, is it not? It is. He's run back and he's taken it over his head. And Raidu goes. That could be the crucial wicket. An extraordinary over we've witnessed here. CSK now 121 for 2. 3 rather.
You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Yeah, I wonder, does the batsman have any rights? This sort of
any rights at all?
Batsman usually has too many rights.
Well, it's talked like a bowler, I imagine. You're a batsman though, aren't you, Andy? I thought you were a batsman.
I used to be a bowler though.
Oh, you used to be a bowler. Yes.
I don't think so. I don't see anything wrong with that. He's not going on the wicket.
Well, there was always that discussion, wasn't there? There was always that discussion about when someone played a switch hit, or when a batsman played a switch hit, whether, pitching outside leg and pitching outside off became reversed because of that. And I always thought that was a crazy argument, because it's just innovation, isn't it, really? And you've got, it takes a hell of a lot of skill to be able to turn your body round and hit it left-handed, effectively.
Well, Knuckles asking if it allows Chahar to bowl a fraction closer to the stumps. I would have thought the opposite.
Yeah, he's going at an angle. He's then got to twist to a certain extent.
All your momentum's going
to be able to get the ball on line,
30 degrees in the wrong direction. It's very, very strange.
Yeah, it is. But it seems to have confused CSK
yes.
To the point where they've lost their most destructive batsman. Anyway, out to the crease comes Ravi Jadeja.
Playing round cricket by myself, and I had too much confidence, and I was thinking about myself, and then there he was, playing a dual role. Yeah, there he was, like pure IPL gold, rough Jadeja. Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done devious balls in my direction? Mother, this surely is a dream.
Yeah,
Mumbai have gone favourites again, so you can't complain about the twists and turns of this game.
Well, it's Jadeja to the face because they did cross on the final ball of the over. Their wicket fell. It's going to be James Pattinson to come back into the attack, and Jadeja looks up, sees him steaming in, bowls outside leg stump, and he helps it on his way, and he'll be very happy with that. Will Jadeja? It's gone fine enough, too fine for the man at long leg, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That wasn't great bowling.
It wasn't particularly good bowling, has to be said. The last thing you need at the beginning of an over is to give that impetus of the 4 of the boundary. And that was just very much off target and very much out of character with Pattinson today. I think it's been pretty good.
He's
lucky to get one LBW.
The odd score ball.
Lucky to get an LBW that wasn't hitting, and had one before that possibly was hitting.
No, they were the other way round.
No, it wasn't. Well, I say that, yes, it was. Down the leg side again. This is helped on its way in sword-like fashion, wielded by Jadeja down to long leg. The first one was
You're
out.
saying that the one that
I think it was out.
The one that was given out wasn't out, and vice versa.
The one that was given out wasn't out. Yes.
Sure.
Absolutely.
But they were both hitting. They were both hitting.
No,
the
they
one
weren't.
that was
No, they weren't. One of them was
second one was
sorry,
missing.
sorry. Yeah, you're right.
The second one was missing by, and
you're right.
they looked at it. I think the umpire was kind of embarrassed that he hadn't given the earlier one, and
which is
tried
nice
to make
when
up
you're
for
the
it.
second batsman. Nothing to do with.
Well, no, it was actually
first
the
one.
same. It was the same batsman that had affected Murali Vijay. Anyway, that's behind us now, and nothing can be done about it.
Well, we can still talk about it.
Oh, we can still talk about it. Yeah, absolutely. In comes Pattinson, bowls a slower, shorter one. Has to wait for it. Does Duplessis, who then works her way into the mid-wicket area, and that's very good running to get back for a second. But they do need more than singles at this stage. 128 for 3, 35 required off 21. You also need a couple of big hits just to take the pressure off a little bit. Required rate exactly 10. Exactly 10. MS Dhoni is limbering up. He will be the next man in by the looks of things. We've also got Sam Curran, who can hit big when the occasion demands, and even when it doesn't.
Kedar Jadhav, thanks for coming.
Poor old Jadhav, yeah.
Indeed, he's a very
zero deliveries with your right arm underground.
Yes, his right arm underground wasn't required today. So there we go. Why is there such a delay between deliveries? There must be a lot of talk going on out there. Captain and his fielders and his bowler. Well, Faf du Plessis had a bit of a problem with his glove, I think. He's now ready, and he's got a ring of 4 on the offside, a man out at on the cover boundary, and then 4 on the leg side. Long leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on. He's in, bowl short, smashes that up in the air. It's gone high, hasn't gone particularly long, but it might just fall between 3 fielders. 2 running back, 1 running in. To be fair, it was Rohit Sharma running back, and he was heading towards Tiwari, and I wouldn't want to collide with Tiwari when the ball's in the air. So I think he was probably right to not exactly pull out of that, but at least not come to physical harm. They'll have got back for 2, presumably.
No, just 1. I think. If Tiwari had run into Rohit Sharma, that'd be like a couple of prize bulls, wouldn't it? Smashing into each other at
I think that might have been
speed of 40 miles an hour.
I think that might have been the end of Rohit Sharma's IPL. Yeah, they just got the 1, so Jadeja to face the 5th ball of the 17th over. Duplessis is now 44 from 39. Good, but not good enough. Round the wicket now to the left-hander. It's a full toss. Drives at that one, and the momentum of the ball, being a full toss, will take it away from Trent Boult, who's out there on the cover boundary, and it's a very important 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe the pressure just getting to Pattinson a little bit. It's been his wildest over so far. I mean, when you get one outside the off stump like that, if you can lay bat on it, you're pretty much sure of getting a boundary as long as it's 5 or 10 yards away from the fielder.
Yeah, Mumbai had finally got on top of this game, and they'd rather let it with that wicket, and they'd rather let it slip in this over.
But that's the beauty, I suppose, of IPL. Sometimes just 1 over or 2 can turn it round. Jadeja works this one angled into him, into the onside. He hurries through for the first. He's almost doing a circle round the umpire at the far end to come back for a second. He won't get it, but he will keep the strike. 134 for 3, 29 required off 18.
Interesting, isn't it? Because ordinarily in a situation like this, you'd want your established batsman to have the strike if at all possible. But I don't suspect that these two are unhappy about Jadeja nicking the strike there.
No, I don't think so. Duplessis struggled a little bit with his timing. I mean, he's stuck in there and done a good supportive job for Ryder. He may just have been a little bit too slow. Anyway, we shall see over the next 3 overs.
If they come up 5 runs short, people might be pointing things at Duplessis a little bit. So he's rather got to hope that they do get over the line, either through his efforts or someone else's.
Well, I think we were reading earlier that the temperature wasn't going to drop below 32 degrees today, and Pattinson, who's just bowled that over, has gone out to stand in the outfield, and he is dripping, absolutely dripping. And well, there's dew as well, so it's altogether rather moist out there, you have to say.
Dripping with both sweat and gold lame.
Indeed. Krunal Pandya is going to come back into the attack, a bit of left arm orthodox, so he will have a man presumably coming between the umpire and the stumps, but actually in orthodox fashion this time.
Leaves Boult and Bumrah to bowl the last 2.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
You sure that jingle, but I don't really understand it. curious. None for 24 from his first three. He's bowling to the left-handed Jadeja, so he's over the wicket. He's in. Oh, that's hit him on the pad. Worth a shout. It's been given. It's been given by the umpire. He fired that in. Jadeja tried to work it, hit him on the pad. It was one of those I thought there was a little bit of doubt about, but probably just about right. And Jadeja, unfortunately for the Super Kings, is on his way.
He got a review. Only 3 overs left. Not sure why he didn't use it if there's any doubt at all.
Go OUT the window. Go OUT the window. Go OUT the window. 'Cause OUT spells out.
Yeah, just straightened a little bit. I think there was a little bit of drift in that, and it looked to be firing down slightly down the leg side, but just seemed to hold its line. Yeah, and I think that's pretty clear. The wicketkeeper had not gone down the leg side, and that's fair enough. Chris Gaffney gives the decision, and
I think he bowled it that quick, Hendo, that it was more like swing, wasn't it?
It was a little bit.
Like a Mitchell Santner swing delivery.
Well, Mumbai won the final last year by 1 run. Is it going to go that close again today? And on to the
goodness
me, pitch. And I think it's not a bad move actually. This is interesting from Tony. I did say that he might come up the order. It's little Sammy Curran.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. His dad's from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
And he's getting a very stern talking to from Faf du Plessis, giving him all the advice of his many years in the game.
Look at my black headband. It looks much better, doesn't it?
It's like a Vietnam movie. I'm gone, kid. You have to go without me. Leave me here.
Was the Brando figure, or is Dhoni the Brando figure?
Yeah, I don't think you say Curran was the Brando figure. I think there's a slight difference in their sort of their build, to be honest. So Curran will face, also left-handed, as was Jadeja, just taking guard, and it's going to be fascinating to see what he can do. It was fascinating, the very fact that he started this game. We thought they had to stay a little bit longer in the bubble, but maybe this means that we are going to see the Australians and English who flew out late actually taking part from the very beginning. He's down the wicket and he ends up being a full toss, but doesn't really get the leverage into it that he wanted. We will get a single up to long off. He is off the mark. CSK 134 for 4, now needing 28 to win.
Well, if they end up short 4 or 5 down, questions really should be asked.
About du Plessis, yes, I suspect.
That. Mostly, yes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can blame Rayadu. I mean, he's it.
Oh no, not at all.
I'm not sure who else you can blame. I mean, there were early wickets, weren't there? As he's in again, bowls into the legs of Faf, who flicks it to the large unit that is Tiwari at deep backward square. And they take one more. One is not enough. This has been a very good over so far from Krunal Pandya. Let's see what he can do now that Curran has come back down to face. Just 3 balls remaining. He's in, bowls, it's another full toss, and he's launched that. Has he got enough on it? This is coming down, it's coming to earth, and it's coming down to earth about 15 yards over the mid-wicket boundary. Brilliant shot from Curran, good move from Dhoni, 142 for 4.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah,
it was
they
a full
really
toss,
needed that. They
but,
really needed that. And,
they did. He picked it up really well. So 20 required, 21 required from 14 balls. And Curran has raced on to 7 from 2. Plessis, I mean, if du Plessis gets them over the line, or they both get over the line here, then du Plessis can say, well, I played a very, very important anchor role. If they don't get over the line, it might be seen a little more differently. Outside the off stump, he's given so much width that he's done really well to lay bat on that.
I mean, that was wide.
And he's lifted it up and over extra cover, and it's gone for 4. Sammy Curran.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Sam Curran just doesn't feel pressure, does he? I mean, he's an Iceman in that respect, as well as being the rather worrying, the sort of doll-like character that he is. He just seems to thrive on pressure. He seems to love it.
How can such a little lad hit the ball so far as well?
I know, this is not right, is it? It's just not right, Grubby. He's going to smash this one as well. Finally, they've got men in the right position. That's the other Pandya doing the fielding. Hurls that in. He's very angry about what's gone on out there. And 16 is required from 12 balls. 147 for 4. Sam Curran, 12 from 4. Duplessis, 45 from 40.
Well, that over was going so well for Krunal. He got the wickets, he got another couple of cheap balls in. Suddenly, bowled a full toss out of nowhere, which Curran picked up extremely well. Then he wanted to go wide, and I just think that ball was going to be a wide, but with the quite a standard tactic now of the offside fielders being up, the leg side fielders all being back. Curran, even though he hit it on the toe of the bat, had a free shot to get it over them, and he did. So 16 off 12 should tilt the balance back to CSK. Indeed it does, they're quite strong favourites now. But it's going to be Bumrah to try to redeem himself. He hasn't had a good game so far, but he could change it all now.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
I didn't actually see him warming up. It was just a very obvious call that Bumrah was going to roll this over.
He is. He's standing with Kieran Pollard. I mean, Pollard hasn't been used today, has he? Another alternative that they've got, the Mumbai Indians. Bumrah then 3 overs for 32. Needs to brush up on that a little bit with this final 6 balls that he has. Bolt has been the best of the bowlers, 1 for 15 from 3. Bowled well early on, got the wicket of Shane Watson.
They really have to string 3 or 4 balls together without the boundary, because a boundary early in the over is almost going to reduce it to a run a ball. And that's what they've got to guard against.
And that's exactly what CSK want. They want to get that impetus at the beginning of the over. It takes a little bit of pressure off. But as I say, Sammy Curran doesn't seem to be bothered by pressure. He's got 12 from 4. He's going to face up to one of the finest bowlers in the world, Jasprit Bumrah.
Trying to hit his Yorker, probably.
Yep, he will. He's in. And this is shorter, and he swings it away. I think he's got a hold of that as well, has he? Yes, he has! There is a man back at Cow, but who needs him? Because, well, Mumbai need him, but CSK are on a roll, 153 for 4.
And this lad can't get in the England white ball teams.
This is what you get for your $700,000 with Sam Curran. It's absolutely wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
And he decided to go for the shorter one, but he pinged it in. It stood up. You need to be bowling slower, shorter balls. Those are the ones that get the batsman in a muddle. Anyway, incredible little knock from Sammy Curran. 18 from 5. 10 required off 11. He doesn't need to do anything stupid now. Bumrah in, bowls. It goes across and he plays the ramp shot. Has he got that over the man there? No, he hasn't. He's been caught. Wonderful catch by James Pattinson running back. It was coming back over his shoulder. He couldn't really have seen it very well, but he's grasped it, and Sammy Curran's wonderful little innings comes to an end after 6 balls. CSK 153 for 5. Another twist. That's an extraordinary
catch. I really think he's got carried away there. It was a good catch, but again, this is not something I say very often, but he really didn't need to do that. They needed 10 off 11, tap a few singles, 1 more loose ball, and that would have been it. Now someone else has to come out and bat.
Yeah, well, he was seeing the ball so well as well in that brief interlude. It was like something you got on the BBC in the middle of the morning in, I don't know, 1973. A little bit of bright music for about a minute and a half, and it's all over now. Dhoni, of course, is renowned, a bit of a finisher, and he's on his way. Although I imagine they crossed. No, in fact, it doesn't look like they did. It looked like Duplessis said, "No, I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want anything to do with this. I'm going to leave it all up to MS Dhoni."
Must have crossed, no?
Well, that's not the information.
That's not what the graphic says. No,
that's not what the graphic says, and I'm going on what the graphic says.
That would be a dereliction of duty if they didn't even run.
Well, exactly. I mean, if he dropped it, and I would say that the odds on him dropping it were probably about 75%.
It's only a jingle, knackle. Calm down.
It is indeed, but it's Dhoni. We have to have his jingle. Do we, or do we just wait? I think we wait because the excitement, the level of excitement is so extreme that that we need to be able to commentate MS Dhoni's first delivery. Where is he going? I don't know what he's doing. He's wandering around. Maybe he isn't going to face. They did cross.
Yeah, they did cross.
Yeah.
Those graphics have been a bit off tonight.
45 from 40. In comes Jasprit Bumrah to the right-hander. Again, it's short, and he carves this over the top of extra cover. Is anyone going to get it round? No! That's where he wanted to place it. That's where he put it. It's 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well, it's looking
once
like...
again, just when Mumbai thought they were back in the game, the short ball, du Plessis put that, just enough over cover to be comfortable. Every time the door just opens a crack, it gets closed on Mumbai the next ball. And that's
I don't understand why he's going for these back-of-the-length deliveries, though, Bumrah. He's in again. It's much the same. He's onto the back foot, doesn't time the shot, but he'll get a run as it propels rather slowly out towards extra cover. So 158 for 5. Du Plessis has 50, and he will be, reasonably happy with that. 50 from 42 balls, 13th IPL 50. And thanks to others at the other end, he's going to get them over the line. He won't be criticised.
Curran. As Andy said quite rightly, you don't need to be trying to hit the cover for everything now. He needs 6 off 9 balls.
Exactly.
5 off 8 now. You know, he was trying to hit that into the middle of next week and actually just knock it in the gap, which is what you probably can do. You're struggling with your game anyway. Just do that and win the game easy.
Well, you would think that Mumbai have to bring 1 or 2 players in, don't you? To try
have them all in on the one. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be Dhoni to face his first delivery.
Dhoni takes this into the last over, though. Don't worry about that. The last over bonus.
We'll take it deep, these last 8 balls.
Yeah, I'm looking about how many games he's won that went to the last over.
Bumrah in, bowl short, and he's been caught, hasn't he, down the leg side?
Yes.
He's tried to pull it, and he's gloved it through, would you believe?
He's going to review, I think.
Turns just keep on coming. I think he's going to review that, though. It looked pretty good to me, I have to say. But if he's that confident in reviewing it, then perhaps.
Well, if this is out, this is, very remiss of him.
I don't think so. In the last over, it's the slightest doubt.
Is he just trying to?
Well, yeah, but if he knows he's hit it, Andy, he's got to go. I mean, there's no point.
Well, if he knows, he surely wouldn't have reviewed.
Well, you would think,
you don't know. Oh, I don't know. You might have missed that.
Well, I have to say on the replay, it doesn't.
And if he's missed it, it's going to be a wide, isn't it?
It will be probably.
I don't know if they can do that.
Let's have a look.
The umpire gave it out.
Absolutely no spike whatsoever. It hasn't been gloved. It did look for all the world as if he'd gloved that. But Dhoni knew better than the rest of us, and he reviewed it, and quite rightly too.
Good, I'll take it all back, Mahendra.
Now, I don't know if you're allowed to change that. Honestly, don't know.
Why not? Because the only reason you would not give it a wide is because he's got something on it. So.
Yep, not out is the decision. Dhoni completely confident of that. What's he saying? He said, "I've got a little bit of the covers just hanging off the bat, something like that." He was having a word with one of the Mumbai players as he walked by, who couldn't believe that wasn't out, and he's still chatting away. Anyway, he survives. He's got 1 ball to face in the penultimate over. It's not been a good one from Bumrah at all. It's not been a good day for him. 1 for 43 are his figures, and he has 1 ball remaining, subject to there being no ball or wide. He's in again to Dhoni, short. He goes onto the back foot, tries to force it away on the leg side, but finds the man on the single at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 5 required from the remaining 6 balls of the match. Du Plessis is on 50.
He's taking it deep again.
Well, yes, Mumbai brought at least 1 more player into the circle there, and their circle fielders did seem to be a lot closer. Well, Trent Boult has to defend 5 here, 4 for a super over. But,
now that would be a start to the competition, wouldn't it?
But if they can just maybe squeeze a dot and a 1 from the first 2 balls. But obviously, to state the bleeding obvious, one shots, one boundaries,
Yeah.
one finish it.
Leah, I'm sorry, you've been writing in feverishly on Twitter, and I've not been reading them out, but only because, as I'm sure you can understand, the match situation is pretty exciting, but we'll get to those later on. Nitish Sharma's also with us. Messi Jez is also with us on Twitter. Farong Perko's with us. And so just say hi to all of you who are on there at the moment, and the many thousands on Crypt Tracker also, as we enter the final over of this very exciting game.
Absolutely, there's never quite enough time in a T20, apart from the strategic timeouts, for us to get loads and loads of tweets or conversations going. That's the nature of the game. 3 men in the circle, 2 men out, one at deep extra, one at long off, long on, deep mid wicket, a deep square leg as well, I think. Can't give you any more of the field. It's going to be Trent Bolt, left arm over the wicket, coming in to bowl to... he's coming round the wicket, and he bowls a slower one. Du Plessis goes up and over, backward point, and that should be enough as the ball rattles against the boundary sponge, if indeed it can make that sort of sound, and it's 4 runs to Du Plessis.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Something's got lost in translation there, because you can't bowl that ball to that field.
No.
It was just begging for the shot over point, and that's where the fielders were up.
Yeah, he knows it. He's just got
that
that
was
wrong.
odd.
You
That
can't.
was
You're right. He's bowled it at square cut sort of line, isn't he, outside the off stump? It's just got it wrong.
Just the one required. The scores are level.
Sometimes they don't bring the field in at this point just because it's such a lost cause. They want to try to protect the run rate a little bit.
Thinking more long term. That's interesting. Round the wicket he is. Bowls to Du Plessis. Du Plessis spanks this into the onside.
He had a deep
the man at mid wicket was already walking off. He wasn't even thinking about trying to stop that. And CSK have avenged the final of last year. It's been a long time coming. It's been a year and a half pretty much. But finally they've done it. Chennai Super Kings beat Mumbai Indians by 5 wickets in the opening game of the IPL. So some final thoughts and some final tweets, perhaps, Grubby?
Yeah, sure. Let me go a little bit back in time and read a couple of Leah's tweets. She's sent us an article about why Bumrah tends to bowl the 19th over, which I've retweeted from my account rather than Guerrilla Cricket one, if you want to go and find that. Leah's also said IPL in India is the original Starship Troopers, a handful of bulkily armoured humans surrounded by millions of bugs, while the UAE is the sequels, i.e. same humans but a drastically reduced sound effects budget. Nitish Sharma, who was with us a little while ago, just said classic IPL match. It was a really good one, wasn't it? Messi Jez had said, just awoke to Hendo saying he doesn't need to do anything stupid now, followed immediately by Curran getting out to an outrageous
something stupid.
shot. If only they listened to you, Hendo. Said
I
Mrs.
don't know. What can I do? I give them the benefit of my experience, but he's 21, I'm 57. That's the difference, isn't it?
Yeah, Farong was also singing little Sammy Curran's praises, batted 300% and good effort bowling, well done, lad. And if he'd listened to Hendo, says Perko, he'd have skipped training and had another pastry. You haven't had a pastry about 6 months, have you, Hendo?
I haven't had a pastry. I've been on a pastry diet for the last 6 months. It's not because I don't want to have them, it's just that I daren't go to any bakeries for fear of catching a disease and dying. You could call me slightly hypochondriac.
And Farong says, not everyone listens to the Almighty, brackets, Hendo.
Well, they should. I mean, that just goes to show you that God is always right, as well as being great. I'm just looking at the scorecard. Du Plessis finishing up with 58. Yeah, he's done a good job, but he needed other people around him to do things in a bit more spectacular style. Rayadu was the man, 71 off 48 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Sammy Curran, 18 off 6 with 1 4 and 2 sixes. Fabulous stuff. Contributions from Jadeja, and that's about it.
Those little cameos from Curran and Jadeja really did help a lot, because they needed 29 off 3 overs. That was when the door was just slightly open for Mumbai.
Well, it's a good point you make, because Curran was 18 off 6, Jadeja was 10 off 5. Together, that's 28 off 11. That's pretty darn good, isn't it? You're absolutely right. So you don't have to notch up the big scores to have a crucial role to play in this form of the game.
I mean, really exciting having both of those all-rounders in your side. I've long since thought that Jadeja is arguably the best all-rounder across all formats in world cricket, and Sam Curran clearly, one of the coming men in that regard as well. So having both of those on your side, and you're right, both of those little cameos were crucial really in getting them over the line.
Yep, that's what I used to happen when I was batting with other people. But I would do the Duplessis role, and I'd let everyone else come in and smash it around and win the game for us. So a sheet anchor to a certain extent. If you can have a sheet anchor in IPL cricket, that was it. I think from Duplessis. Bolt 1 for 23, Pattinson 1 for 27, Bumrah went over 10 and over, 1 for 43 off 4. I can't understand why I didn't bring out the Yorker in that last over at all. Krunal Pandya 4 overs, 1 for 37, and Chahar 1 for 36. So a win by 5 wickets by Chennai to start with. They've avenged last year's final, but they'll probably end up playing each other. Could well end up playing each other 3 or 4 times in this tournament. So that could change over the next couple of months. Anyway, that's it from us at Guerrilla Cricket today. We'll be back tomorrow for Game 2. Game 2 is Delhi Capitals against Kings 11 Punjab. That's from Dubai. Let's just say thanks to Nakul, who's done sterling work in the studio. Thanks to Anindo, who was on earlier. Thanks to Grubby. Thanks to Andy. And thank God, thank me for the rest. Until tomorrow at about 2:45 p.m. BST. Thanks for joining us. Please tell your friends, tell your enemies, and get them to come along and join in. Good night.
Cheerio.
Take large, man the barricades, patrol the cover bound.